I'd rather my default stood alone against the storm. Flashy, buddy, not hot guy. I'm not a clown, you know. But I don't want to be pissed.
For the one they called. The warrior of light. years have come and gone since that day. How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. The one they called. The one.
All right, so July 22nd, 2020. I had to reset OBS, unfortunately, so my whole intro was screwed. No audio was coming through my headphones, so I couldn't hear the game audio. This is Mixer's last night, day, or whatever. I think they're going to be shutting down servers one by one after this. It's unfortunate. I have been looking into other services. I've heard about a service called Caffeine, which has very low latency, comparable to Mixer, which is really what I'm looking for. It seems kind of corporate, so I'm not so. It's all corporate, you know. There's nothing. It's media, you know. And then there's a new thing coming out called Glamesh. I'm not really a fan of the name. But yeah, they seem to have really good latency as well. It's faster than YouTube and Twitch, at least. So right now you're hearing me 3 seconds later. At minimum, you're hearing me 3 seconds later. If you're on YouTube or Twitch. If you're on Mixer, which is Mixer's last day, you're hearing me in real time. It's that good. And yeah, so Glamesh looks like it can do close to real time, or at least closer to real time than YouTube and Twitch. Facebook's just way too late. Facebook's like 10 seconds off. It's barely. I don't even consider that live streaming anymore. You know, I know it's really exaggerative, but if it's not live, it's not live. You know what I mean? And Steam's always fun. You know, I'd like to get on Steam. I think I might do that for the stream. A lot of this stream is actually probably going to be boring for you guys, and I know no one's here. I'm just talking to myself. But it's going to be a lot of getting things set up in the background for me to start, you know, making basically an assembly line of videos for Romagus. I'm going back to Romagus. We got the FC rank to 20, which was the goal. We reached that goal. And now I'm going back to my original goal from before I even created Curlia. And that is to record every single crafting log, leave, quest, side quest, hunting log, job quest, main story quest. Do it all. Just all the way up to Heaven's Word, which is where Romagus on Balmung left off. And then, once I get to that point, I'll have an entire full backlog of everything that has happened up to that point. And then I'll switch back to Balmung. So, I don't know how long that's going to take. It might take quite a while. But, you know, because this whole Curlia experiment was about a year. Yeah. A little over a year long. I've been playing on Curlia almost exclusively. Oh, no, wrong one. So yeah, it's been like a year hiatus from the original project that I had started with Romagus on Ragnarok. Should probably find a different glamour. But I wanted to get him to 50 so that I could start doing... We'll do that today. We'll do his dailies. I've done the main scenario. I think I had to do the main scenario for some reason. Or, no, I think it was to get the Noctis event stuff. I think that was it. Oh, you know what? Yeah, he has a completely different setup. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm going to have to do some stuff in the background. Lots of starts and restarts. I've got to transfer all of Curlia's Steam, or all of Curlia's UI information over to Romagus here on Ragnarok. Because, yeah, all the buttons are different. The War Ghost. We're going to change that to something. We change it to the Ragnarok so I can recognize it. Examine log, X subcommands, rename tab. So this will serve as a marker for me to know that this is Ro's profile when I'm looking him up. When I'm looking up his UI settings. I don't know what happened to the audio there. So what I have to do is I have to go to like my C drive and find Curlia's settings and then just copy and paste them over to Ragnarok Rose settings. That is in Documents. My Games, I believe. Final Fantasy 14 A Realm Reborn. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of random numbers and letters, but I don't know who is who. The only way to find... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Cora. I had made a bunch of files that named them. Alright, that's an unnamed one. Magnus Asclepiate. I'm Asclepiate on Ragnarok, I believe. And I'm War Ghost on Crystal. Let's take a look. Yeah, okay, so I found it. That was cool. So I found Rose. Oh. Go back. Can we open in a new window? Yeah. Alright, that's Row. Now I gotta find Curlia. It's Leah Clay. That's unknown. Claudia. Ronaldo. Luminous. Siervuk. Unknown. Unknown. Koratsu. Yoshimae. You cry again. That's interesting. You cry. No. Magus again. What? I'm confused. B4 7983 2C6E log 617 2019. It's otherwise the same. Oh, this is all 5/5 2020. And this was, oh yeah, this is all, none of this is in 2020. I wonder where this is. Interesting. 5/5. And yeah, okay, and there's today's 7/22/2020. So it's definitely, I'm definitely on the right one. No, unknown. I think I have multiple copies or something. Koratsu again. Yoshimae. Yukai. Magus again. I don't know why I have so many Armaguses. Shimae again. Koratsu. Maybe I didn't do it for all my... I thought I did it for all my characters. There's Cyril again. This is Ruben Lee. Claudia. Okay. I have yet to come across one of my Lalafels. Nimarea. Wargos, that's my crystal character. Ronaldo. Maybe I never named... Yeah, I don't think I named... I don't think I did this little trick for Curlia. So we're gonna have to do... Yep, there's my law. They're in there somewhere. It's in there somewhere. So we gotta check some of the unknown ones. 6/17 date modified. I logged into Curlia yesterday. So wouldn't that be like character 1 through 15? I think some of these are based off of here. You know what? Let me go out into the town. And put on at least idle cam and put it on intermission. So at least you guys have like just instead of a static image to look at while I do this background stuff. Maybe I did. Did I? Maybe I did. Maybe I don't need to do any of this. Because that works. That's working. That's working. Let's do... Oh, is his gear list the same? Yes. Gear list is the same as well. He's even got 2 more, actually. Which is something that Curly doesn't have yet. Samurai's weird. Yeah, let's see if it works. Do Paladin. Yep, Deep Shadow Sword. I don't have a Deep Shadow Sword. Oh, look at this inventory! It makes me weep. This inventory is horrible. Why does he have a nicked Viking sword? Hunt, alien, scimitar. That's for later. Vintage Viking sword. That's what he has now. What level is he? Oh, he's 48. It's pretty high, actually. 43, silver tricoin. Buccaneer shirt. Mithril gauntlets, 40. Ironworks are. Oh, he's almost. I see. He is almost 50 on Paladin. Foreskin survival belt. Foreskin tool belt. Pisa skin hunting belt. Or mithril plate tassets. I'm making my DPS Paladin. Woolen. Gathering. Ripped toes. Nope. Woolen Cerule of Gathering. Added linen. Yeah. And Gaskins. Or skins go, but yeah, no, we'll do those. It looks like this was my glamour for Paladin before I switched. Templars, Solarettes, Foreskin work boots, mithril plated Caligay, 42. How's that look? That's alright. Yeah, it had to have been. It looks like I even matched the color of the Caligay, like I dyed them to match the. Oh, you know, maybe not. Now I think about it, I think I had a whole black set, armor set. Yeah, I did. Yep. I remember now. Tassets. I think I just upgraded the armor every like 10 levels or whatever. And then he's got these Sabatons. But what's cool is I can make my own, because I've been crafting on this character the entire time. Actually, it's mostly a crafting playthrough. For the most part. Aetherite. No. Alamegan, because he's under level 50. Vitality. Mithril. Rubelite. Is it broken? I think it's broken. Yo! Galanters! Sorry, man, I missed that. I missed that GIF. I no longer have Mixer Chat as my default. Actually, so I think YouTube is my default now. So it didn't show me the GIF. What if you could tell me what GIF it was? I'm assuming. Oh, Zep. I don't know who Zep is. Welcome. And thanks for watching me on Mixer. It's the Mixer final day. I'm so gonna miss Mixer. Oh, sorry, I thought you were Galantis. Oh, you're donating Sparks? Oh, awesome, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, have you heard of anything else that's going to be able to sort of like fill the Mixer gap? Nah, don't worry about it, man. Like, it's not like I could do anything with it. I'm not. Oh, Sano! Hey, how's it going? Yeah, today's Mixer's final day. Yeah, sorry too, as I'm just doing a bunch of stuff in the background right now. Today's stream is going to be really slow. I'm logging into a character I haven't logged into in literally a year. It's been a year since I've logged into this character. So I'm spending most of today getting reacquainted with everything. Why do I have 2 bracelets? Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I just use the same bracelet? It's like such a waste of inventory space. And as you can see, I really need to clean up my inventory. Yeah, I know. Rest in peace, Mr. True that. I just have 5 million to blow through. I got a ton. I got 1 million to blow through as well. I think you've watched a couple of my streams. I'm actually on Excalibur server for. I had to have. Had to have. Are we friends? Maybe if I look at your avatar, I'll recognize it. I did not watch the live letter, but I did watch the new trailer for 5.3. World of Final Fantasy. Maybe. Yeah, I'll take a look at her after today's stream. Oh man, so much stuff. Maybe that's what I was working on. Yeah, because it looks like I don't have gold rings. Oh, rubelite ring. Oh, that's what I was doing, I think. I was decenting as I went, so I was always making new stuff. I was never repairing stuff. I think that's why I have so much junk. Because I was always decenting stuff and never repairing. But I don't know why. I don't know why I have doubles though. I can only wear 2 rings at a time. I don't know why I have 4. I remember this was last year. Not high enough. Oh, I'm not high enough level to equip those yet. This was last year, so you couldn't extract materia without... That's what it was. That's what it was. You couldn't extract materia without destroying the item. That's why I have 4. That's 100%. That's 100% Spirit Bond. That's 100% Spirit Bond. And that's 100%. Why didn't I Spirit Bond them then? I'm so weird. I forgot what I was doing a year ago. I'm really looking forward to mounts flying in the air. Yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be really nice, actually. I've actually been thinking about starting a new account. Now that Heaven's Word is a part of the main scenario, or is a part of the free trial, you could play all the way. You could play all of ARR completely and level up to 60 and do all of that jazz without having to pay a dime. You know, I've got a lot of alt characters I want to create. So that might be my next... I'll just put these on for now, I guess. That might be my next project. Is leveling some other alternate characters. Oh, is that why I was wearing a nicked Viking sword? Because it's technically better? No, it's not better. Oh, I think I was just... Maybe I was just cheesing my way. I think I was just cheesing my way to 50. So then I could just... get the relic. I think that's what was happening. Because I don't need that. And I don't... Yeah, I definitely don't need this anymore. And I don't need these. Should I go turn those in just to save some space? Don't mind the gear I logged off on a side job. Okay, yeah, let me check it out. Oh, whoops. Okay, but yeah, most of today's stream is just going to be me getting reacquainted with the character that I left a year ago. Is that... Right on. Cool, you got all 80s, man. Congrats. That's what Seno is working on right now. He's trying to get all 80s. Oh, and you're all caught up. Gear-wise, too. You got all, like, 480. 480 gear. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've been playing since 1.0 beta. I love this game. I got tons of... I got a ton of alts. And I play on and off. Lately, I've been playing every other day. I've just been kind of... I don't know. Keeping track of the news. The news has been distracting me. Yeah. Yeah. No. Ragnarok. I have characters on Ragnarok, Balmung, and Sargantinus. But Excalibur would be a potential place I'd go. I only pick legacy servers. Legacy servers only. Because I was a 1.0 player. That's my restriction. I think the audio's delayed. Oh well. Alright, man. Let's see what we can turn in. We want to keep all this. Demon Circular Striking. Oh. Oh. Maybe I don't want to keep it. Sveen. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot what I was doing on him. I don't want to regret. Do I have like every job on hand? No, I don't think I do. I am leveling every job. Okay. Sort of uniformly. I had to level Monk in order to do a special quest. And get to endgame and to unlock dailies. Daily main scenario. So I think I'm working on Paladin now. And Warrior. I think that's right. I switched off between them every other day. I would do like a Paladin. I'd do my dailies on Paladin, and then I'd do my dailies on Warrior. And then I use my DPS for leaves to record battle leaves. And I forgot what region I left off at. Must have been somewhere around 35. Because I think I just finished up... What? Yeah, I think I was on Scholar. And I did the Battlecraft leaves. I recorded all the Battlecraft leaves in... What's that place? It's not Costa del Sol, but it's the other Aetheryte on the same map. Wineport. I did all of the leaves in Wineport. And so now I'm doing Did I do all the leaves in Kurthus yet? Because I think Wineport leaves were level 30? Maybe 35? And I don't think there's a Grand Company representative there. I think I've got all the Grand Company ones recorded. Oh, man. I'm so lost. I totally forgot what I was doing. Dragoon. Dragoon's almost 40. Congrats, man. Oh, yeah, I know that. Yeah. I saw you. I saw you. You're on Red Mage and the Samurai. What were your last two? Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, was I just doing roulettes? Like leveling roulette? I'm not really proud. Not really proud of my gear right now. Because I need to be 49. These are 10 behind. Actually, let's extract materia from all this stuff. Now that doesn't destroy it. Oh, that's right, too. I can repair my own stuff now. That'll be nice. Yeah, let's see. 0, 0. That's 100. Nope, 79. 87. 0. I don't think I need these weathered rings anymore. So I don't think I have any jobs at 1. Oh, I might need them for Blue Mage. When I unlock Blue Mage. Yeah, I literally have no classes at 1. So I literally do not need the weathered accessories. Well, except for Blue Mage, but then again, I could always just buy them. I could always just buy new weathered accessories. They're super cheap anyways. But yeah, I need to do some serious... Oh, hey, look at this guy's being cool with me. I need to do some serious inventory management. Have I not done this quest yet? No. These tribes. I think I have done a bunch of side quests though. Yeah, all the side quests are like clear. I'll have to figure out what level did I do. How far have I gotten? Well, yeah, let's take a look at leaves. Lower Lenosia, 30, 35, 35, 10, 15, 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 1, 5, 10, 15, 25, 35. Also, I have done Kurthus. I think I have yet to do White Brim though. I think I need to do White Brim. I think White Brim's 40. Have I been managing my retainers well? Let's go find out. I think their gear is all up to snuff. Curlia! I like that I did that. So on Curlia, over on Sargantinus, I made Romagus a retainer, and on Romagus I've made Curlia a retainer. She's my monk here. I believe she's leveled as a monk as well. Let's take a look at her. Yeah, she's a pugilist right now, level 44. So yeah, she still needs to level up to 50 so I can give her some of my gear. And give her a job too. Wait, I can give her a job now, can I? A copy of Modern Vocation. First retainer vocates. Yeah, I can give her a job now. I'm pretty sure. Oops. Oh, yeah, let's take a look at what he's selling too. That's right. Just price. Where are we at? 6,049,999, and I'm selling mine for 10. That's 10. Okay, no, that's about right. Yeah, because that 49 number is way off. It's way too high. 10, 10. I'm the only high quality on right now, so I'm going to bump that to 20. Oops. 20. 1999. Throw needle. Yeah, see, so what I'm doing is all the stuff that I make, because I just go through the crafting log, all that stuff just gets put straight back onto the auction house. And if people want to buy it, they'll buy it. And if they don't want to buy it, they won't buy it, you know? But there's no point in keeping it in my inventory, because now I have confirmed that I can make it, right? So when I need it, I'll just make it. But right now I don't need it, so I can sell it. 13,000 is the current price. I am trying to sell it for 12. That's a pretty good price. 12,989. That's good. I should get a sale. I'm trying to sell it for 10. Lowest is 7. I'm trying to sell for 9. Lowest is 85. We'll do 4. What's up, man? I'm on my Ragnarok character. I'm on actual Romagus. 69. Holy shit, that rose while I was gone. See, the prices on Ragnarok are insane. And I love it. I love it as a crafter. 69,998. I'll just do 7. Robrea. Yeah. I did check it out. Yeah, it looks pretty sweet. Yeah. I can't believe we're going to be able to pilot a mech. That's going to be pretty sweet. $9. Yeah, the prices seem pretty stable. Last time I was on this character was a year ago, and I'm not having to change the prices very much. So all of these prices have been like pretty stable ever since I left over a year ago. It's pretty wild. Shinjima! Hey! How you doing, man? By the way, fellas, if you are anywhere, concerned, today is... Holy shit, I was selling for a deal. Today is Mixer's last day. I'm going to sell it for 35. People didn't buy it when I was giving them a deal. So, yeah, you know what? It's 40,000 now. I like them apples. I think I was resistant to sell these because they're a glamour item. I don't wanted to keep them, but we'll see. We'll see if they sell. Linen half apron. How much was I trying to sell it for? 53. 89. 89. Yeah, oh, let's give people a deal. 90. 89. Right, is that triple nine? Yeah. We'll do 6. Oak patents. 89 again. What's the history though? 29, 30, 45. Okay, so he's way overpriced. But he is the only one. Yeah, you know what? We'll give it a shot. 89. Instead of just barely undercutting him, we'll undercut him by 10 grand. So it's like an obvious deal. It says to the customer, hey, I realize that the price wasn't always this high, but I'm going to try to take advantage of it anyway. You know? So we'll see. If you want it right now, then this is the price you should pay. 27. Lowest is 10. Yeah, someone's getting away with this 90 grand number. Not today. Oh, hey, not today. Disco lady. Oh, shit. Screwed that one up. We'll do... what? Let's go for 10. Yeah, we'll do 10. Quad 9. It is a sad day in history. I loved Mixer too. I love Mixer. Actually, really disappointed in 14 right now, but I don't know if it's worth talking about. Oh, I don't know. Why are you disappointed? Did you not like? Have you seen the new trailer for patch 5.3? Were you upset by that? Is that why you're disappointed, or are you just not having? Are you just not having fun with it? Because it, people get burnt out. It happens. All right, let's see. I think I can sell some other stuff that's on him. Steel's Wyhander. Yeah. I'm sure there will be people that would want. Wait. There we go. I'm sure there will be people that want to buy that. Because it's, like, especially people that are just starting on Dark. 30 grand. 49. Yep, I have to compete. Wait. How much does he have it? 30.97. He was lazy. That's fine. I'm lazy too. Nah. I'll make it look better than him. I'll put in the work. Mithril Lance. Nope, selling it. Put it for sale. I'll make another one when I get around to it. So I'll just do that. I'll just make another one. Doesn't need to be in my inventory if I'm not using it right now. 30 grand. So I have to, yeah. That's, well, 20. Someone sold it for 20. Maybe I should undercut them. Yeah, we'll see. If I can get 30 grand from it, I'll try to get 30 grand from it. Why are these? Why do I even have these? Oh, but probably because I did the quest and there's the... I was probably holding on to them to descent them. Nah, whatever. I haven't seen the trailer, but I saw the rest of the live letter, and they're adding one of the worst systems I've ever seen to an MMORPG, worse than anything WoW has done. What are they adding? Because I haven't seen the live letter yet. 4323 for a standard. 1. Yeah, why not? We'll compete. We'll compete at 4. RNG participation content. You have to work for a chance based on RNG if you'll be able to fight her boss or not. Oh, I don't like that at all. Is that for the relic? Because it's for the relic, I really don't care. Mithril knives, 200. Yep. That's the price. Well, we'll do 163. Cracked daggers. No, I think I want to keep those. Because I don't want to have to hunt for them when I go to... I have that one. I have that in my armory. So I could probably sell this one. Oh, you know what? Oh, that's right. No, this isn't... I should be converting these. That's right. Because you can, like, fix these up on your crafters. And they sell really well. That's why I have these. I forgot. Yeah, I'll do that. So I'll keep those. You could essentially be working for hours and based on RNG watch other people fight the boss when you've been constantly working to help spawn it. Yeah, that doesn't sound hot to me. That does sound like a really bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, I won't be doing that. I mean, maybe eventually. This character is still in ARR right now, so maybe eventually. And by then, it'll probably be easy cheese. But right now, nope, not touching it. Not touching it. I'm really not a fan of RNG. They add that to combat the AFKers. They add the RNG part. Because, like, is there a guarantee? Like, could you just be there, AFKing, and then get invited to the fight? Because you were in the area at the time? While everybody else is, like, actually doing the work to try to get in the fight? Yeah. I haven't seen anybody praise it yet, but, again, this is the first I've even heard of it. And from what I remember, a lot of people did not like a lot of the Eureka content. Like, there was, like, a small minority that was like, oh, this is like 11. And then, like, a week into it, they were like, oh, this is why I don't play 11 anymore. So, but that was another thing, too. I never did Eureka either, so. I kind of don't have an opinion on that either way. They're trying to fix the AFKers, but they're punishing people who contribute. Yeah. So, while fixing AFK, they decide to punish people who work to spawn the boss. Dude, it's literally from 11 too. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Not a fan. Not a fan. Steel-barreled musketoon for $20.90. Is that the real price? 23. Yep, it is. So 20 it is. And I'm doing a flat 20. Well, obviously, just to make it look even better. Doing that. Why do I have 2 of these? Oh, because I made them. That's why I have 2 of them. Book of Silver. Weathered Scepter. Should probably just get rid of that. Book of Silver. For sale. Wow, no HQs. I'm gonna set the price. 5. 12 was the last one. 20. We're gonna raise that price. 1, 2. 20 is a good price. This is literally a design concept from 11, and people are not seeing it. Yeah, what was it Moblin Maze Moggers? No, that was like a dungeon thing. That Moblin Maze Mogger is a precursor to Palace of the Dead. Random invite. It's not Dynamis. What in 11 was like that, where you like work your ass off, but it's RNG and other people get in instead of you? H&M's, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Again, like, did you guys hear that audio cut out? Eureka stuff and Relic stuff is meant to waste your time. And I think that's why they use Relic as the sort of breeding ground for some of these concepts, is because like that's what it's made for. It's meant to waste your time. It's meant to be grindy. It's meant to be like, oh, remember the old days? While they actually reserve all the fun stuff for, you know, people like, or savage raids and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Shin. Because I remember that from back in 11. And actually, it wasn't the lucky group. It wasn't even the lucky group. It was the group that cheated. Right? Because the H&M scene got so fucking bad in 11 that was the de facto go-to. Because you were fighting against bots. You had to do it. You were fighting against Japanese bots. Right? You know? So it's like, if the Japanese or the Chinese bots were there, they were going to get it because they had better latency than you did. You know? So many times you'd see claims of bosses before they even would pop. And that's because lag and botting. Yeah, I never agreed with that kind of content. Yeah, I don't like the RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG, right? Like if it's RNG just to fight the boss, and then it's RNG to, you know, who is in your group that's wanting the same item, then it's RNG on whether or not you can win a roll against them. That's too much RNG. It's too much RNG. 50 is the price. Maybe that's why I wasn't trying to sell these, because they don't sell well. Then again, my weathered canes for 33 grand. I will never not think that's funny. Oh, whoops. Hey, I didn't mean to do that. I am the price setter at 50. Yeah, we'll do 50. I don't know who buys this, like, random stuff. I swear in order to battle RMT or something, like, they just have random bots. Like, not like actual bots, but they'll just put random names. I don't think these people are actually buying your stuff. There's no incentive to buy this item. So when it sells, I'm always perplexed as to why this particular item sold. Why would this particular item ever sell? I think they just have like a program in the game that's like, oh, like I don't think there's anything that doesn't sell after a while. Like it will sell eventually. The only thing keeping it from selling on your character is if somebody else is selling it. But if you put something up for sale and no one puts something up for sale against it, I think it'll eventually like automatically sell into the server. 'Cause, like it boggles the mind how some of this stuff ever sells, especially for the price that it sells for. The only thing I could think of is that people are just buying random stuff to level their decent. That's the only thing I can think of. But I don't know why you would buy high quality stuff to decent. Why wouldn't you just buy standard stuff? That's super cheap. Yeah. That's way overpriced. It won't sell. Oh, that... yeah, it might be for a leave quest. I didn't think about that. 48963. Nope. 7,200 is the price. See, like 7,200 is like a reasonable price. Some of these prices are not reasonable at all. But yet, people have sold them. It's like, what? Silver Star Globe, 30 grand. It's 50 grand now. Well, 49,999. Alchemist Quest, yeah, that's very plausible. Okay, he's full. He is full. And he's my miner. I don't know what time. Oh, 16 minutes? Oh, that's right. I remember I was having her sell vendor ingredients. Because this stuff does... You're right, yeah. Like, this stuff never sells. These, like, lower level potions, no one buys these. Like, ever. I think I was trying to get rid of them for the longest time. High Ether. Yeah, let's see. Like, an HQ High Ether. 29,988. $38.99. Nope. People buy it. 3 grand. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 29, 9, 8. 1, 2, 3, 7. How many is he selling at a time? 5, 4, 2. Oh, there's the one. But it's way priced. 5, 4, 2. 2 is the lowest. People will probably buy these. No, they're a grand more. Yeah, I don't think people... No one wants 1 ether, you know? 3 is the number. That's a niche. That's a niche number, so... Actually, I should go off of the total price. What's the cheapest total price for high quality ethers? Yeah. This is ridiculous. But 59,998. 2. We'll just sell 2 of them. 9,992. Yep. There we go. That's how you compete with volume merchandise. Someone was telling me the other day that there are bots in 14 that work for the government looking for terrorists and incels. I was like, I don't know. It sounds pretty conspiracy theorish. I think you need one of those for one of the... You know, I mean, that's a possibility. You know, like... I don't know why they'd be looking for incels. Well, I guess possible... Well, because incels lead to terrorist activity, I guess. Domestic terrorism. But yeah, I mean, it's plausible. People... trying to convert people through games. Trying to start certain things through games. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Poisoning potion. Cordial. No, I'm gonna keep my cordial. Poisoning potion. 4 grand. No, 4 grand. For 18? I'm only trying to sell 3. Blinding potion. 3, 1. That's one out of my inventory. Paralyzing potion. High quality. I'm selling 1 for 1100. 1 or 1 1 1099. High potion of strength. Standard. 2 of them for 8, 3 of them for 19. Might as well just sell it. Yeah, at that point. Just have retainer sell items. High potion of vitality, high quality. 60? You gotta be kidding me. High quality? Come on. That's the price I have to do. Oh. WoW's RNG is based on armor stats, but you can still fight the boss. Make it so it's an RNG chance to even fight the boss. Yeah, because like that's the content, right? The gear is the reward. The content is what you play. And if you can't even play the content, like that's harsh. That's harsh. I can't condone that. Ooh. I've only got 1, so $22.90. 22, 3. Make a potion of intelligence. 1450. Is it the real price? Yes. Right? Did I read that? 1,450. Not 14,000. Whoops. Whoops. Ugh. 14. Potion of mind. Mega mind. Right, yeah. You know, like that's the main reason to play the game. Is to, you know, fight the bosses. If there's going to be RNG, it should not be to fight a boss. It should be to get the drop. But I don't even believe then, you know. You should make the boss so hard that the time is spent trying to figure out how to beat it. Not beating it so many times and then you get the RNG drop. I hate that. Yeah. H&M, and I feel like I'm the only one who sees it. It is H&M Light. That's exactly what it is. But, well, I don't think you're the only one who sees it. I'm sure there's other people out there. It's just that they're okay with it. Right? Like, again, because it's Relic. You know? Relic is supposed to be time-consuming. Relic is supposed to be a grind. Relic is kind of supposed to be annoying in that way because it's access to the highest quality gear or near highest quality gear, and it's supposed to waste your time. You're not supposed to beat your head up against a difficult fight. It's not for the skilled, it's for the casuals. So I think that's in general, because you won't hear anyone complaining from the raid community. Like, because I already got my shit. I already got my 490 or 500. You know, like, go ahead, ruin your life, like, waste your life throwing your head against this relic content. You know, unless people who really want the glamours, we're gonna have that glamour. You know, and at that point, people are like, you know, they log in to just waste time. This is what they do for funsies, is just kind of like grind and talk and waste time, and that'll be an activity that they can do. You know? But I agree with you. It's not content that I enjoy. 1,500 for 2 of them, and I'm only trying to sell 1, so. Clearing up some inventory. That's the way to do it. 199 for 3. You got me. Not the game for me. It's hard because I've been invested in this game. I don't know why. You know, that's just one thing, dude. I wouldn't quit 14 because they made RNG relics. That's one thing. Like, this is another thing I've been hearing from about 7R, you know. People hated 7R because of the Kingdom Hearts-esque giant heartless in the end. But they would also say that literally 95% of the game lived exactly up to their expectations. I think it's stupid to rate a game as a failure because of one thing that you disliked about it. You know, if you've been playing this game for 7 years and you've got a community of people that you like to play with, and there's other content that you like to do and have fun, then it's not worth quitting and saying that the game is not for you. Because a whole bunch of percentage of the other parts of the game is content that you like, you know. And once the next expansion comes out, which will be next year, you know, you'll have new relics and stuff, and there will be different rules regarding that new relic, you know. So, like, I don't think it's worth demeaning the game over, at least not the game as a whole, but the particular content, yeah, sure, you know. Complain away. If that's the case, if 95% of 14 doesn't live up to your expectations, then yeah, it's not the game for you. Like, if there's just way too much stuff that's bothering you, and you've done everything else, and you don't want to do anything else, and the things that you do want to do are getting ruined by these design choices that you disagree with, I would say stop. Yeah, because you gotta take that into account too. Like, if you're logging in just to log in, you know, if you're like habitually logging in, you might have an issue. You might have a problem, you know. And if in this case you're rolling a 55, if you're rolling the dice every time, you're like, am I gonna have fun today? Am I gonna enjoy myself today? If you're rolling the dice every time, then maybe you should move on. You know, because I can't recommend that. I can't recommend that to anybody. You know, you could be doing so much other stuff with your time. And if it's a coin toss every time you log in, whether or not you're going to be enjoying yourself, that's not enough to log in. You might as well just go flip a coin, you know, like yeah, because then at least you won't be upset with the result. You know what I mean? Cool. But I disagree. Not for me. You know, there's too much. I have too many like side projects that I've got that involve 14 that keep me busy and keep me enamored. I like the story. I like where it's going. I like the community. I like talking with people. Like I've got Galantis and I've got Warlord. And I got Jettison and I've got Senno. And I like talking with those guys. Sometimes it's not even about the game, you know. Sometimes it's about the residual things around the game that I like, you know. And that those keep me coming back. And yeah, mostly my personal projects, because all my little personal projects are beyond what the developers or what the meta has in store. I don't play in meta, you know, like meta. I don't give a shit about meta, you know. I don't give a shit about what the current content is, you know. I play the content that I want to play, and right now, it's recording every step of the ladder on the way up from level 1 to the current cap on all classes, all jobs. It's getting every little thing recorded. That's my pet project right now, and that literally has no end point. I could do that forever. And then what ends up happening is other little pet projects crop up in the interim, you know. And so that's why I stay. The game doesn't suck. It doesn't suck for me, you know. And I don't have another game that I'm eyeballing. There is. I mean, there is that though. I mean, do you have a full? Do you have a full Savage set? And this RNG stuff, you know, like this relic stuff, if that's end game content that you want, you know. But yeah, I mean, I was talking to Raz the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm kind of done with 14 for the time being because he has all 490 gear." And who gives a shit? You have 490 gear, you know, like it's all crafted. Like none of it's like actual drops, right? So like, I could literally ask Galantis right now to go make me a set of HQ 490 gear, and I'd be 490. It's not about getting to 490. It's about getting the gear that's difficult to have, right? And being able to say that you tackled the content when it was relevant, right? Like that's where the kudos and accolades come from. The accolades don't come from the item level of your gear. It comes from what the gear is, you know. And if and again, that's only if like you're into showing that shit off, you know. But when it comes to steady content, I mean, one of the problems is because of COVID, you know. But I think everyone's having that issue. But yeah, I remember him saying that. I was just like, that doesn't really add up. Because, I mean, I for sure don't respect it. I don't look at people in 490 and be like, oh, I wish I had 490 gear. I look at people in full Savage Raid gear and like, oh, well, that's cool. That's a cool set. That's something to work towards. But also, I guess, and that's if I were a standard player. I don't look at that stuff. Like, that stuff's not important to me. Beating ultimate raids is. Have you beaten... Alright, so you've beaten all the ultimate fights. Have you beaten all of them? You beat 8. So, yeah, you're on the cutting edge. I'd say you're better than Raz in that instance, right? Because you've actually beaten all of the really difficult content that the game has to offer. I think you're a prime example of one of those players that Yoshi P says, you know, come back next month or something, you know? Like, you don't have to log in all the time. You don't have to be here every day. You know, and once you've gotten all of the content completed and beaten, then feel free to let your sub lapse until something else keeps your interest. So if that's what you need to keep playing, then that's what you need. But I don't play games like that. Well, this is what they've. I mean, you know. Well, then you know that relic content is meant to waste your time. Like you already know this. This isn't news to you then. Nice sword. $2,000 for 3 of them. Is that the real price though? I haven't done Eureka yet. I had to take a hiatus from the game because I was really deep in debt. So I had to take a hiatus from the game during Mid-Heaven's Word, I think. Yeah, Mid-Heaven's Word. And then when I came back, I had all these other projects that I had in mind to do. And they're really behind current content. So I'm not a current content trend chaser, you know. $5,000? $2,000 is the real price. That is the competitive price. All of my video game, everything I get out of a video game is self-propelled. Like I'm not pushed or I'm not pushed into content by the developers. I'm not pushed into content by other people. Because I've learned my lesson from that, actually, to be honest. My whole year with Curlia on my other character, that was to get to end game so that I could form a static and just log in, you know, every 2 or 3 days or so to do savage raids with the static. And then I would be on this character the rest of the week doing grindy stuff. But that didn't pan out. So I'm back to this character doing what I did, doing what I know makes me happy. Because you can't depend on developers for your emotional state and how you respond to things. And you can't depend on other players. You have to do it yourself. And it's the same with life. You know, if you're depending on other people to do things in order for you to do what you need to do, you're always going to have an excuse to not do or like what you're doing. And that's and I'm not saying this to you like you're suffering from that right now. I'm saying that as for me, because that is what I have learned. Oh, nope. Didn't want to do that. What did I do? Oh, I took it from her. Well, first, let's give her that. Let's give her all my potions. I don't know why I have a bunch of potions on me. Oh, that's why. I feel I let you down there. Bad time to get burned out. It wasn't your fault, Galantis. I'm trying to think of an analogy. Nah, it's fine, guys. Let's take a break if you're burned out. Yeah, no, it wasn't you. No. Just like no one was really up for it. You know? And when the leader of the FC, you know, lets it go twice, you know, relinquishes leadership twice, it's like, okay, well, that guy's not invested either. So why am I even here? I might as well go do my own thing, because that's what I had been doing the entire time. I had been doing my own thing, you know, and I'd rather make my own group or make my own community that's on my page, or at least reading the same book. But I don't think that community over on Ether was reading the same book. Or, I mean, I would say the other people in the FC were. So like you and Dejeton and Warlord, but even Warlord ended up leaving. Tulsa took a long time just to get to Shadowbringer. I still don't think he's finished with the main scenario. Tulsa's torn. He still plays WoW a lot, so like there's no incentive. Yeah, he couldn't be. I don't think Tulsa will be doing end game content in 14. So yeah, that group, it would just be like me and you queuing and then filling the rest with pugs. The idea was for me, you, Warlord, Tulsa, Okami. That's 5 people, and then we could fill the rest, right? Like that's only having to fill 3 slots for pickup groups, and then if we found good people, we could make them regulars, right? And then invite them to the FC or whatever, right? But if you only have like 2 people going in, that's not. Might as well do it on this character on Ragnarok. Spend time doing my previous project. Yeah. Well, and that was the thing too. Well, you know, like I don't blame Okami either. Okami left. I think Okami said he left for different reasons, but I'm pretty sure Okami left for the same reasons Warlord left. You know, you don't let your FC go derelict, man. When the leader doesn't have enough faith in the project that he started, then it's not. Why should anyone lag around? Why should anyone stay and support that? You know, like that. You know, so I left. Well, I mean, I'm technically still in it, but that's because I consider it your FC, Galantis. Yeah, you are the leader, and I think you always have been. You know, like you've put the most work into it, and therefore you should be the leader. I think one of the things that sort of gave me a sour taste in my mouth was when he came back and you gave him leadership again. Like the first thing he did was to limit what I could do. You know, because I had changed the name, I'd changed it to joke names. The first thing he did was make sure I didn't have full power. I was like, oh, it's kind of a bitch move, but all right. You know, so I didn't really take the FC serious after that point. Yeah. Well, he did it to you too. He did it to both of us. You know, but then he left for another 30 days, and then because of how the game works, the rules of the game, it switched leadership back to you. You know. And I didn't like the singling out of Tulsa. That was the straw on the camel's back. I already got that on sale. Paralyzing potion. That's where I was at. What? Oh, I thought I was on the sell screen. Derp. Wait. Sell items. Just go back to that. Fill up the list. Holy crap, that's a lot of ethers. Am I selling normal ethers? I don't think normal ethers sell. Or high potions. Weak paralyzing potion. Let's see how much that sells for. 4. Well, that has to be the real price. Yep. Nope. You know what? We're just going to have retainer sell items. That's never going to sell for a decent price. Earth Ward potion for 500. That's the real price. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Oh, wait, actually. How many of them are they selling? 99? Who makes 99 Earth Ward potions? Oh, man. Someone having a real tough time with Titan. Everything you said so far, Ro, got me interested. Oh, like what in particular? Well, and part of it's you too, Seno. Like, I think you're on that page as well. You've got your own plans. You are running how you play your game. You don't let the meta control what you want to do. You've got your own little project you've got going on right now, which is getting all your classes to 80 just to say that you did it. I think that's a strong mentality to have when going into a game. You are in control of your fun the entire time, and that sort of serves as a buttress to you enjoying yourself while you're here. And if you take that mentality to any other place you go, you'll find that you won't be getting butthurt about what other people are doing all the time. And you'll just be in a general better mood, it's like the whole hubbub over Fallout 76. I was looking at their pricing model. Was it for like the first Fallout first or whatever? And everyone was just, especially when they like, you're gonna launch a pricing model for a game that's broken and that no one plays and everyone hates. It's like, yeah, because they did that exact same thing with ESO and it worked, right? People play ESO now. Not only do they play it, but they do pay. There is a sizable audience that pays for the extra little accoutrements, and it's a free-to-play MMO, and it's enjoyable from what I've heard. And then I heard the counter argument, well, it's different for an MMORPG. And it's like, well, that's not how they see it. They see Fallout 76 as an MMO. They see Fallout 76 as something you can play with a bunch of people. It's based in a different time period, and it's first person, but it's still got all of the MMO-ness of a subscription-worthy game. And you don't have to pay that subscription. That subscription is optional. But when I was looking at it, I was like, that subscription is actually cheaper than 14. But that's the thing about 14 is it's enjoyable. And at the end of the day, if you're not enjoying yourself, you shouldn't be paying that kind of price for it. It would be different if people were saying that you had to, like, if Bethesda was saying that you had to pay for Fallout First or whatever their payment program's called in order to even play it, but that isn't what they're doing. They're saying, hey, here's these alternate perks that you can have if you want to pay for it, and there are people that do. It's a small minority, but at least it pays for server costs, and it's the only way it will ever get better. Games don't just magically get better because people care about them. Games get better because there are people who are getting paid to work on them. No one's going to sit at Fallout 76 and just say, like, let's make this a good game. It's too late. It's too late for it. You've already got to be working on the next generation of stuff, and that's where their resources have to be on other games right now. So they have to find a way to make Fallout 76 profitable if it is to continue. And the only way that they could do that is by having this optional free-to-play monetization system. It's not a pay-to-win system, so... and people were, rightfully mad as much as they wanted to, but a lot of those people weren't playing the game anyways, so it doesn't matter. Again, for me too, with how I play games, I don't fall prey to a lot of these pay to win schemes. I don't fall prey to a lot of these gatekeeping schemes. You know, if they say if there's a mobile game that says you have to wait 24 hours in order for this currency or whatever to recharge, or you can buy now, you could pay like $1 now to recharge it automatically. I will wait 24 hours because I don't care. You know, like I'm not playing it to beat it. You know, like I actually just like love doing boring stuff like sorting my inventory. You know, sorting my inventory, selling stuff on the auction house. Like if the game has so many things to do, you know, like I'm not doing my dailies today. I don't have to do my dailies today. There's no reason for me to need to do my dailies today. Not on this character, not right now. Right? I've got other projects right now that I'm working on. So, but you'll find that there are people that get caught up in this, you know, you got to tick off the check mark mentality, and they will get mad at the developers if they add daily content because they're already too busy with all the other daily content, and they're getting burned out by the daily content instead of taking it upon themselves to change their own behavior, to try to modify their own how they play and what they get out of the game. They're requiring the devs to, in some instances, not develop content that could otherwise be liked by other people or whatever. You know, so, you know, it's kind of like when Shijima was talking about the RNG stuff. I see he's the kind of person who likes the relic stuff, but he doesn't like this new boss mechanic, in that it's like an RNG trip just to even get to the boss. I totally agree with him. Therefore, I won't be playing it. You know, but it's not enough to make me not like the game anymore. It's not even enough for me to go complain about the game or to give it a bad review or to say that it has fallen from grace. Because there's too much other stuff about the game that is absolutely fucking excellent. And that's how I felt about Final Fantasy VII Remake as well. When I first saw the Kingdom Hearts bullshit boss in the end, and all of the Final Fantasy 13-esque Destiny storyline points, I was fucking miffed. You know, I was so pissed, right? Like, I was like, this is not what 7 Remake is. And then I started reading fan theories, and reading developer interviews and looking at the grand scheme of what they're trying to do with the 7 Remake project. And it's not something that I can force other people to be excited about. But I can say that me personally, I am excited about the next installment. And I'm hoping it's way bigger than what people are expecting it to be. People are expecting a 3 installment run. I don't think that is going to happen. With what they've already established with the first game, with developer interviews that have already said that they want to pack in as much a compilation content as possible into the game, or into the Remake project. The fact that Remake isn't necessarily, it's a double entendre. It's not that it's not a remake, because in all effectiveness, when you see that opinion that 95% of the game was great except for the last chapter, which would be the last 5% of the game, they did exactly what they were setting out to do. You know, and what they want to do is push it a little more. So they're taking what you love, they're remaking it, and they're adding a twist onto it. You know, and a lot of people are religious about their nostalgia, and nostalgia is poison. I don't mind grinding content. I don't like grinding content that's RNG for me to even do the content. That is just ridiculous. That is just ridiculous for you. And I would agree. Because that is not how I don't enjoy that kind of stuff. I didn't enjoy it. So with how I play 14 is how I played 11 as well. Because I never got into the H&M scene. I never got in, like, I was in a Dynamis shell, and this is what just this is just what totally turned me off to end game in 11. I was in a Dynamis shell, and I was one of like 7 red mages, right? And I wanted to get some of the Dynamis drops. And not only because of the DKP system or whatever they had with this current shell I was in, I was number 8 on the list to be able to get a drop of 4 red mages, people who mained red mage. There were other people that were in line for the hat, the Duelist Chapeau, or any other red mage content, and red mage was their 3rd or 4th job. So it was a fucking Ponzi scheme. It was a Ponzi scheme of my time. You know, why would I fucking go into an H&M shell to wait to like just, you know, to pay all this money and pay all of this time just to get into the content? And there's no guarantee that we'll even complete the content, let alone get the drops that I want for the content. It's just, and again, it was like I was saying, it's just stacked. It's just RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG. And that's what I fucking hated about 11, right? So when I was playing 11, I had to do other things in order for me to enjoy that game. Because all of that stupid endgame bullshit that was built to waste your fucking life and for them to just suckle up $10 a month from you, for you to effectively do fuck all nothing while you sat in town and waited for groups to get together? No, that is not me. I'm going to do shit. And so I've developed a way to play that game so that you're doing something new every day and you're always making progress every day. No one else plays the game like that. You know, people, there was especially at the time, there was a large swath of people that said, you have to go to the dunes at 10. You have to go find a group in the dunes at level 10. And so then you'd have people sitting there on their ass looking for people. Oh, there's no one looking for a Beastmaster. And I'm on Beastmaster. I'm trying to level Beastmaster. You know, well, let me choose a more appropriate, because you could solo Beastmaster. Dragoon. No one's looking for a Dragoon. You know, everyone's got this other job that they're doing. No, like, you can solo stuff with your flag up. That's a thing that you can do. You know, and you can do other things like craft. You can do small side quests. You can raise fame with your flag up. I already said crafts. You can do crafts. You can gather with your flag up. You know, there are so many things that you can do in that game, but because the meta is to sit around and wait to get a group so that you can go and travel 30 minutes for the white mage to leave 10 minutes into the party, and then you guys wait 20 minutes to get a new white mage. And then once you get a new white mage, that white mage is 15 minutes out before the camp. You know, like it's just, there's too many things in that game, especially with the meta. The meta was designed to waste your time. But when I started to reanalyze 11, how they made the zones, how they distributed the enemies, it was meant, and the side quest and main scenario or mission quest structure is designed for you to do what I like to call circuits. You're supposed to have a mission flagged. You're always supposed to have a mission flagged, right? That with like your, let's say that your city state that you start out with, based on where that mission takes you, you need to find side quests that take you to those same areas. So then you're doing multiple things. And then while you're doing that, you need to fight everything. You need to kill everything. If there's an enemy, you need to kill it. Right? So if you're doing that, you're always getting drops. You're always doing side quests. You're always doing missions. You're always leveling. You're not sitting on your ass in Juno waiting to form a party looking for that ever elusive bard or red mage / white mage, red mage sub white mage, to finally join your party. A lot of people would just sit in town and wait to form their party because they didn't want to do anything else. So it was in 11 that I learned I have to form my own goals and analyze the game to fit with my own playstyle. And I can't ever do meta. Like it's how do I put it? It's not that it's toxic. Meta's not toxic. It's that it's designed to waste your time. I was a job grinder in 11. I leveled a bunch of jobs. Yeah, so I do too, right? But I don't grind. Here's another thing. Here's another, I would say, bad behavior that a lot of 11 players were guilty of. Sorry, I'm not selling stuff, like not doing anything on screen. This is probably really boring. If they got a good experience party, right? And this is the problem with how experience was so hard to come by in 11. If people would get a good experience party and it was 10 o'clock at night and they had to be up for work at 7 o'clock the next morning, they would stay in that party until it broke. But because everybody's on that same mindset of, oh my God, this experience is so good, I can't leave this group. Everyone's in this sort of like lock of, I've got to get up tomorrow morning, but this group is really good, so I got to take advantage of the time I have now. It develops that's a toxic behavior. Like that, it's literally the behavior that the game warns you against every time you log in. But everyone was just completely ignoring that little warning every time they logged in. But that's exactly the kind of stuff that the developers were telling you not to do. And there are still people to this day that do that. Well, not in retail, but on Eden, right? Eden, which is the private server of Final Fantasy 11. It's the era. It tries to recreate the golden era of the 75 cap. You still got people that play on Eden that have that behavior still ingrained in them. They got to get up for work tomorrow, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, but this party's really good. No, don't do that, man. And there's no reason to. And like what I was saying before, there's no reason to go to the dunes at 10. You don't need to go to the dunes at 10. In fact, especially if you're a thief, don't go to the dunes at 10. You're not ready for the dunes. You should be going to the dunes at least at 15, because that's when you can sneak attack. You're pointless as a thief going to the dunes at 10. And no one's going to want you anyways. But, like, I was just doing the math yesterday. I was going over it. You could completely skip the dunes. If you go with my concept of the mission circuits, you will be too busy. You will level organically just by doing mission circuits solo, and you'll completely skip the dunes, and you won't ever have to party in the dunes. Partying in the dunes is bad. And then when they introduced level sync, people would level to cap in the dunes. Because they just keep swapping out, people at as soon as people hit 11 or whatever, or as soon as people hit 19, or I forget what the level cap was for the dunes. But they keep looking for people at like 11, 12, 13, and then they make that the new sync job. And people weren't even enjoying the game at that point. They were just grinding in the dunes. That's not how the game was meant. You're supposed to explore the world. And with mission circuits, you explore the world. And especially with mission circuits, you explore the world on your time. You don't have to wait for the white mage to join the group. You don't have to wait for anybody. You just do it on your own. And you naturally level, and you go back to town, and you always circle back into town, and you sell all the stuff, all the drops that you got from hunting all the beastmen and all that jazz. That's the only other thing that becomes your sort of like litmus test is you can only be outside of town for as long as your inventory fills up. As soon as your inventory fills up, that's when you need to go back to town and throw all your stuff on either vendor the stuff that you don't need or throw it on the AH. But yeah, so like that's how you figure out when should I go back to town. Well, it's when your inventory fills up. When you mean Doom, you mean Palace of the Dead? What do you mean Doom? What did I say Doom about? Sorry. Oh, Dunes. Yeah, that's what I said. Dunes. Yeah, people were going to the Dunes. Did you play 11 Sino Kenai? The Volkern Dunes. Lightning Ward Potion. Oh, did someone give me a... Wait, 200? 3? Is that the real price? That's got to be the real price. Yep. It is now. 2. But yeah, like I'm actually thinking about doing another 11 playthrough. I'm not sure if I want to do it on retail or if I want to do it on Eden, because I think I'd rather do it on Eden to show that like that's actually how the game was meant to be played the entire time. You weren't supposed to always group up to get everything done. There's a lot of stuff that you can do on your own, and people never realized it. And people always tried to cheese the gear system too because Gil was so hard to come by and they didn't want to spend money. But Gil's not that hard to come by when you do mission circuits. And mission circuits is a term that I'm making up because I don't know what else to call it. But mission circuits will net you a ton of money. A ton of money in a short amount of time. And a ton of resources in a short amount of time. Because you got to take into account when you're solo and you're getting crystal drops, those crystal drops aren't going to 5 potential other people. Those crystal drops are 100% going to you. And then you can either go back and use them on your crafting classes, or you can sell them on the AH. And by circuit, I mean, it's like they're meant to be done in cycles. You're supposed to do them repeatably. You're supposed to do them again and again and again and again. So like, for example, Bastock Mines, the Zaroon report. That's the first mission in Bastock. Not interest, so. First mission in Bastock. You are supposed to go to Zaroon Mines and talk to, I forget her name, to get the Zaroon report. Well, there's literally 3 quests that you can do that involve you going, you can do Minesweeper, which is Zaroon suit. If you're fighting tunnel worms, you can't do this anymore because a lot of the enemies in past Zaroon Mines, like as you get deeper into it, are way over leveled. They're not the levels they used to be. But you used to be able to go into Zaroon Mines and you could level to 10 in Zaroon Mines just by grinding bats, crabs, tunnel worms. Yeah. And then there's slimes. I think there's slimes somewhere in there too. Every once in a while. And slimes drop something. I forget. But you'll get Zaroon suit from them. And you can turn every 3 Zaroon suits you can turn into Gumba. No. Gerbom. That's right. Gerbom is his name. And that'll net you some dough. And then the actual mission nets you some dough and fame. And then if you're getting zinc ores or flintstones, you can use flintstones to turn into another side quest. And zinc ores are really good for 10 Shoto fame. Right? So like that's just the first mission. If you just keep doing that for every job, right? You start with Monk because it's the strongest, lowest level job. It's got the highest defense and the highest attack. You start with that as a base. You start on Monk, go to Zaroon Mines, do your cycle, get up to 10, go back, turn in the mission, change jobs to Warrior, do it again. rinse, repeat until you've got warrior, monk, white mage, red mage, thief, black mage, all leveled to 10. Then you can do geological survey, and that will lead you outside of town, right? And do it again. But instead of going to Zerun Mines, you go outside of town and you fight Kadavs for their Kadav backplates and their shell shields. And you fight goblins for wild onions. That's another quest turn in. You fight bees for their beehive chips. That's a quest turn in for a different city, for a different city's fame. And those are all on the way to Dangraf Wadi. And then once you get to Dangraf Wadi, you can fight lizards for lizard's eggs. Lizard eggs are a turn-in for a later mission, right? So what you'll find is if you do this, if you're just doing this, if you're going to Dangraf Wadi all the time, and you're fighting those lizards and you're getting those lizard egg drops, you'll find by the time you get enough missions done and enough Bastok fame, once that becomes like you'll probably have like 15 stacks of fucking lizard eggs, and you just hold on to those stacks of lizard eggs because Aloys only asks for 2. I think it's 2 to complete the mission, right? And you'll just have that in your back pocket. If you're ever having troubles and you're trying to get mission fame to spawn the next mission, like lizard eggs is where it's at. And if again you're doing the cycle, you level. So let's say you started on monk and you're going to Dangraf Wadi, you can level up to 15. Just going to Dangraf Wadi, fighting lizards and goblins, getting their drops, turning them in, and again you're getting these drops. You're getting quests done. You're getting money for those quests. These are repeatable quests. You're leveling up your character, and it's all on your time. You can end and start at any time you want. You're not waiting. Like it almost is worthless, in my opinion, to do experience camp grinding. It's such a waste of time just to put the party together. Because what I found out is when you play like this instead, you don't have to sneak to Juno because you'll be so over leveled on every class by this point that you'll be able to walk to Juno without aggro. Or if you get aggro, you'll be able to solo the enemies that attack you. And what you do is you end up just kind of like, it's not like capture a flag, but it's like moving the enemy lines closer and closer, right? By the time you hit Juno, you'll be level 40 if you're doing these mission circuits like I'm explaining. And you'll have a ton of money because you're constantly doing side quests. You're constantly doing missions for mission fame, and it's the missions that decide what side quests you do and what circuit you're doing. And it doesn't matter what job you're doing because you can do it on any job. Yeah, and that's another thing too. You can make your own groups, but you still had to wait for the people. Not everyone was on, And what you would find, and this is because of the poisonous meta mentality, is you would find people that weren't willing to experiment, right? And because of people's concept of how to get experience, they would need the highest experience per hour for their given level range, but they wouldn't care how long it took them to even form the party to get the highest experience per hour, right? So they're wasting their in real life time to try to not waste in real life time because they have a limited amount of time that they can play. So they only wanted to do these supposed, super efficient farms. And it was bullshit. It just wasted everybody's time. I remember I was in the dunes and this was on Eden, or no, not Eden, Nasomi. We were in the dunes on Nasomi and the lizards were being totally over farmed by there were 4 other groups in the area. And also at the time, these people had outside healers, right? So you had these power level healers. What the fuck are you doing in the dunes on a cap era level server? A 75 cap era level server. You're here for the nostalgia. You're not here to work the system of the dunes. No one needs to rule the dunes, but you had people like that were going to the dunes and they were just grinding their jobs out in the fucking dunes from 1 to 75, constantly switching people out. They would have their two characters, you know, and they were using their level 75 white mage outside of the party, you know, and then it was just and they're basically just using other people for level sync, right? So they were purposefully breaking the game, right? That was not how that era was meant to be played, and that's not how, in my opinion, that game is meant to be played, right? You're supposed to play it with what I'm explaining is these mission circuits. The spice must flow. Exactly. Yeah, and the Stoby has stuff in 11 that wasn't in the original. That's why I prefer Eden. But even Eden has some, like, I'm a Haltaholic, and Eden outright, like, only allows you to have, like, 2 or 3 characters, and only 2 of them can be logged on at the same time, and one of them can be a mule, but, like, it's otherwise, like, blocked from content. For me, like, I love having a race and gender of every class and gender available, and they're all my main, right? I play on all, like, on retail, I have a human male, I have a human female, I have an Elven male, I have an Elven female, I have a Tarataru male, I have a Tarataru female, I have 2 Makotes, and I have 2 Galkas. So that's 10 full characters. And I play on all of them, and all of them are main. They all have, like, assigned crafts. So they're all simultaneously mules, and they're all simultaneously my mains. Like, that's how I play MMOs, right? I play it with a series of characters, and I usually tend to play them solo. I have way more characters for 14 because of clan differences, right? Like, I have a representative of each race gender clan, right? So you have, and with the additional races, there's 8 races now, and there's 2 clans for each race, and there's 2 genders for 6 of the races. Yeah. So I have created 18. Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 8 per account. That's 16. Swapped genders would be 32. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. For the extra races, 32. 4. 36. I have 36 characters for 14. But I don't play all of them. I'd like to. But I don't. I did do this is back in, I think, 2015. I did a big run up because I wanted all of them to have retainers. So back in 2015, I did level them all past. I leveled them all up to 19, I think, is when you get access to retainers in the main scenario. So I had them all do the main scenario up to level 19. Those are all my Balmung characters. All my Ragnarok characters are way far behind. I have them made here. I'll show them to you guys, actually. And you won't be looking at my inventory list the entire time. I kind of wanted to keep this a secret because, like I said, because not only do I have a bunch of different characters, but I also have them all. I also have social medias for all of them. This is back before you had to prove your identity on Facebook. So I've got, not for all of them, right? Because I didn't get that far, but I think for 4 of them, I've got 4 different social media. So boom, 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 boom. All right, this is before they announced the name of Hrothgar. I was able to get this character in on both Ragnarok, which was full at the time, and Balmung. So I was able to create these characters. So, like, all of these characters now, as you can tell, they're all in their initial equipment. I haven't touched. These are my Ragnarok characters. I haven't touched them. Really, the only character I've touched on Ragnarok is my main, which is Romagus. But yeah, so this is here Highlander, Ellison Wildwood, Lalafell Dunesfolk, Mikote Moon Keeper, Kote Keeper, Rogadin Seawolf, Aura. Oh, what is it? I forgot the clan of the Dark Ones. Got the clan of the Dark Ones that are Aura. What is that? I can't read it. You remember? Zayla, yeah. Zayla. Or no, that's not Zayla. I just made her look like... That was the thing I did with my Auras, right? Is I made them look like, skin-wise, from the other clan. So this is a Rayan because of her white horns. But I gave her dark colors. But yeah, she's a Rayan. This was a placeholder. I'm gonna character change him if they ever release male Vieira, and if they ever release female Ronzo, I'm gonna character change her. And this is the flip side of it. Now, you also got to take into account I created all of these characters, all 5 of these, back in 1.0. And how they had them listed in 1.0 was based off of the time you created them at, right? But in 1.0, that was a list like this. 1, 2, 3, you had slots, right? So if I deleted the character out of this slot would be empty. This first slot would be empty. And Nimarea wouldn't move up to the first slot. She would still stay in her slot, right? So what I ended up doing was right before 2.0, I had already created all of my characters. So they were all in the order that I wanted them to be in, right? So it always went here, Ellison, Lalafell, Mikote, Rogadin, right? That's the order they're supposed to be in. But because in 2.0, when they took the characters, your characters from 1.0 to the 2.0, the only determinant is the date they were created, and so they're in chronological order in which they were created, not in the order that I had them in back in 1.0. So that's why the order is all fucked up. But these are the oppositions to who were on the other ones, right? So I had a here Highlander on the other account, which was, or on the other the other account, which was Romagus. This is the opposite race, gender. This is the opposite gender clan combination. This is a female Midlander. Right, and then on my other account, I had a Wildwood female Ellison. This is my Dusk White male Ellison on this account. And then I had on the other account a Dunes Folk, if you remember. It was a Dunes Folk. It was a Dunes Folk Lalafell male. This is my Plains Folk Lalafell female. Then, yep. And then this is on the other account, I had a Keeper of the Moon, female. This is my Sunseeker male. right? Now the order is a little skewed. The top of the list starts here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is supposed to be the last one. On my other account, it was a Sea Wolf male Rogadin. This is my Hellsguard female Rogadin. And then these are the last 3 slots filled by the 3 extra, quote-unquote, extra new races. Congrats on getting the name Male Vieira. Yeah. Well, it's because I did that before they even, like, right when they announced that Vieira was going to be a playable race, I was able to I created them, right? And actually, for a while, I was thinking about, because there's that big old hubbub about Male Vieira not being playable. I was going to troll the official forums and be like, what are you talking about? I've been playing a Male Vieira since this date, right? And then I was just going to get like the gold saucer bunny ears and the outfit and put my Male Vieira in that. And I was like, you can't deny me. His name's Male Vieira. That's what he identifies as. What are you, some kind of bigot? So that's I was gonna troll the main forums with that, but I just never got around to it. But yeah, so like this is how I play. Like, and actually, if you look at it, I've leveled her. Like, this is an alt, quote unquote alt. I leveled her to 50. I leveled him to 50. Ronaldo's up there, right? He's not 50 quite yet, but I think the gear that he's wearing is somewhere around 38. I think he can do. I think last time I played on him, he was doing Cutter's Cry on the regular, And that's what would happen is like, I just get like, oh, I want to play, instead of Fantasia, instead of changing my race and my name or anything like that, I was like, I want to play a male Makote Sunseeker with a lore appropriate name. I've got the slots to do it. I'm just going to do it. 47. There it is. Yeah, he's like 47. He's almost cap. I've almost got Relic on him. So like some of these characters, my old Balmung characters, I actually paid attention to. She's actually still pretty low, if I remember correctly. I ended up really getting into crafting and gathering. And because I was tired of paying for repairs. So like at one point in my career, my 14 career, I was like, as soon as I can gather and craft, I'm doing that first. And actually I started to create kind of like what I did with 11 with what I call mission circuits. I did with 14, but I called them crafting circuits, right? All of my progress is based off of crafting, right? Like, oh, I can craft this stuff at this level, right? Oh, but I need this drop here, or I need this thing here. Oh, I better level, I better actually level a battle class so that I can farm that stuff, And then also, I wanted to spread those levels out as well, right? So I've got, however many battle classes there are to farm specific content, Because that too is, I don't like the idea of going out and only doing one thing at a time. I like getting multiple things done at a time. And I like forming my daily routine around that, right? Getting multiple things done at the same time. Because I used to grind back in the old 7 days, right? I would grind on the sunken ship Gelnica for sources, right? I would morph those monsters into sources, and chaos. What I found was that time would go by really slow if I kept checking. Oh, like how many sources do I have? All right, I'm going to go take a break once I get to 20 sources or whatever, right? Time would go by really slow. Once I get a full stack of sources, I'll go take a break, right? But if I could, but then what I noticed was like, holy shit, while I was farming for sources, I ended up getting 10 million gil, or I ended up leveling, 10 all materias to master. I was like, I started noticing that while I was focusing on this one thing, all of these residual things were happening in the background. So then what I discovered, one, was that grinding in old style JRPGs it's not a skill, right? There's no skill. To be honest, there's nothing really to be proud of about doing that. Who gives a shit that you were level 99 and you went to go fight Sephiroth? You're practically cheating at that point. When you could one-shot Sephiroth with a basic attack because you wasted all your time and you had to do you didn't have to think about anything, right? You didn't have to actually fight the fight. You just held X and you won, right? There's no pride in that, right? There's a lot of people that take pride in leveling to 99 and getting shit to cap. That's not... I used to be like that. I'm not like that anymore. So I started to develop this like a different mentality towards JRPGs and just RPGs in general, right? You still have this growth mechanic. You still have this growth aspect of the game, which is what I really like about 14 and 11 and other RPGs. Is you have this sort of like growth aspect, but what I like doing is spreading out the growth, right? So that I'm making forward progression evenly in multiple different areas at the same time, rather than like focusing on one aspect and just grinding that out, right? You'll find that there's a lot of people. Now, granted, I'll totally admit that that's probably more efficient, right? Like, there's probably a ton of people that are like, they log in, they do their dailies, and then like they skip certain dailies because it's not time efficient. Like, for example, no one does guild tests anymore. I mean, they do, but they skip it because it's not worth the queue, right? But I do the dailies for the sake of doing the dailies, and for a little while there, back when I was on Ether, Sargantinus, with Galantis' FC, the goal was to get the rank to 20, and so I played with that in mind. Like, that's everything revolved around getting the FC rank to 20. And what I found was the least mind-numbing way to do that was to do dailies. Was to do, my daily roulettes. And the daily roulettes are they're variant enough to keep you interested. To keep it so it's like, oh yeah, that was a fun day. Even though you've already done all of that stuff before, and you're gonna do it again the other day or whatever, the next day, or the day after. You're still making progress. You're still getting money. You're still, fighting mobs. You're still, and every chance, right? And I guess this is the problem I have, and I'm guilty of this as well. You could talk in chat. That's what chat's for. But no one ever does. No one tries to create a relationship. No one tries to make a connection. You'll find every once in a while you'll get people say hi or whatever, and that's it. But it's like, at any point, there could be a person on the other end that has a really interesting story, but you're just not. You just want to get it done. I just want to get it done. I just want to get my stuff and get out of here. I just want to complete the dungeon. There's so many interesting people out there that you could start a conversation with about anything, but people often, they just get caught up in the rigmarole. Decide later. While doing dailies, you can greet on all the... Yeah, exactly. And trade that and do... That's exactly what I was doing, Shin. Yeah, because I found out, I was like, yeah, I'll just... Because I remember I was watching that bar just slowly grow. It's like, fuck. There's got to be a faster way. And yeah, that's what it was. Because I just greeted on all the gear. And there's so many people that don't greet on gear. They just pass it, And so I would end up with all this gear, and then I would turn it in for fun and profit. Yeah, and so it was not yesterday, but the day before. We finally got the FC rank to 20. And if you're interested, there's actually a YouTube video of it. And the only reason I reminded myself of that is because Galantis actually commented on it. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Fuck yeah. Rank 20. Oh, by the way, I should have done this a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, here I am. I'm not even playing the game. I'm in the game, but I'm more talking to you guys than I'm playing the game. And even less than talking to you guys, I'm kind of just diatribing, talking to myself, really. But I'm diatribing and talking to myself in the context of Final Fantasy 14. But you know, and like none of this means shit to anybody else right now. But this all feel like I get that rush. I wouldn't say rush. I get that hit, that dopamine hit of I'm making progress right now. I'm making progress on these characters. I'm leveling. They're getting experience. I'm getting items. I could sell those items. Like there's this positive energy coming out of the mundane things that I'm doing right now. And while I'm doing these mundane things, I'm using streaming to interact with you guys who also have a passion for gaming and the genre itself, which is why I assume you guys are here, you know, because God knows that I'm not that interesting. You're just here to hang out, you know. You're here to hang out with and listen to some dude talk. And also interact with said dude about, you know, your opinions on the context of in which the game is being played. All right, man. Shin, hey, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. You were like the lightning rod of my whole diatribes today. You gave me a lot to think about and you gave me a lot to talk on. So I really appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great rest of your day. I'll probably be done. I think I was talking for like an hour straight. Oh no, I still got like an hour and a half. So if you're on an hour and a half, I'll see you. Salute. See you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Dancing Makotes. Yeah, no problem. See you, man. Oh, I'll get you some dancing Makotes. I'll get you some. Just let me sell my stuff here. A second. I gotta push some inventory here. Water Ward. $2.99. That's the real price. Were they trying to sell 3? I think they were trying to sell. Shushka. I don't even have that. How do I even get that? Item level 370. I haven't done any. Did you make this for me, Galantis? You had to have made this for me. No, because we're on Ragnarok. How did I get this? Ro hasn't even made it. He hasn't even made it to Heavensward. How has he got a shakshuka? It must have been like a. It must have been a quest. I must have got it from some random quest. I think he sent you the 100k gil that you lent my character on that server. Do you have a character on Ragnarok? I know you have a character on Balmung. It's the little Lolfell. It's the little Galantis. Are you in my FC on Ragnarok? Oh, you are. Yeah, Galantis proprietor. Oh yeah, you're the only other guy here. Right on. It's just me and you, man. Well, me and you and me. Right on. Is this your Lalafell? Did you move him to Ragnarok? Or do you also have one? Oh yeah, that's right. You have a different name for the one on Balmung, right? It's not even Galantis, isn't it? A different name entirely. Yeah. This is your Auro. That's right. Yeah, you're working on. It looks like you were working on your crafts. You unlocked Samurai. Yeah, I remember. I remember now. Yeah, you created a character here. Yeah, Vivi, your OG character. You created a character here on Ragnarok while I was streaming on Ragnarok. And, yeah, you were just like, because, I remember. I remember giving you money, start out Gil. And then, yeah, I guess you leveled a tank and you were working on crafts and shit. And then the dream happened. We all moved to Sargantidus, and that happened then. And now I'm back. We all go our separate ways. But yeah, dude, you're in the FC. You were the leader of it. but now I'm back. Now I'm the leader again. I have to invite my other alts. Main reason for me starting an FC and it only being me in it is so that I didn't get other people giving me tells. I kept constantly getting people giving me tells in the middle of recordings. And that was so fucking annoying. I hated that. Galantis. Money. Yeah, you did. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I obviously could afford it. So if you need another loan, I'm your man. Ooh. Gold chocobo feathers. Ooh. Oh, these are from my cousin. These are from my nephew. Yeah. He's still Oh, and what are these? Oh. Yeah, I guess I haven't played Shadowbringers. Yeah, that makes sense. Granny. He's still subscribed. He just upped his subscription. I think I was talking to him the other day. He just upped his subscription like last month, I think. He's like, yeah, I just wanted to putt around a little bit. Maybe I could convince him to come back to Ragnarok or something. Oh, there's such a huge delay in the sound. And the stream. Wow. Crazy. That's alright, though. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Back to retainers. Thanks, Galantis. Appreciate it. Yep, there we go. But yeah, I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but I was saying like a lot of this stream is going to be me getting reassessing what I was doing before I left, and trying to get like an assembly line going, because I had a rhythm going with recordings and publishings. And I was building something, but then I got distracted with Curlia and Sargantinus. So most of today's stream is going to be reconfiguring that cycle. Oh, which is, now that I mention it, this is something I completely forgot to tell you guys. So I ended up getting that FedEx job, the FedEx Express part-time in the afternoons. So what that means is I'm not going to be able to stream that much, because that combined with my full-time job at the bread place, I'm going to be working 12-hour days, 4 days a week, 8 hours on Saturdays, and and Mondays I'll be working for 5. So the only day I'll have off is Sunday. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. So, yeah, with the 2 jobs, I'm gonna be making money, but I'll probably only be able to, because again, it's gonna be all day. I'll be working all day for most of the week. So I'm not gonna be able to keep the same stream schedule I used to have. Because I have to work till 5. I start work at 4 Tuesday and work till 5:45 Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So streams are out Wednesday, Friday. I can't stream Wednesday, Friday anymore. Saturday I could stream in the evening, and Sunday I could stream in the morning. But I have to be asleep at 7 on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No. Saturday. Okay. So I'm mainly going to be a weekend warrior. That's it, right? So Saturday, I don't work at FedEx. I get off at like 12 on Saturdays. So I'll be able to stream Saturday afternoons into Sunday because I have Sunday off. But I have to... Oh, and then I have most of Monday off until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I can stream from 12 o'clock Saturday to 12 o'clock Monday. That's my weekend, right? Is 12 Saturday to 12 Monday is my new weekend. And then Tuesday, like I was saying, Tuesday through Friday, I'll be working 12-hour days. So, so I'll only be able to stream on weekends. Or, if you count Monday, I guess. So Saturday, I might have 25. I might go back to the 24-hour stream schedule, where I'm mainly doing 24-hour streams. But that might fuck up my circadian rhythms, so I might not do that. Because I could see me not getting enough sleep, and because I'm a driver, I need to be well rested because you can't be driving. You can't be driving drowsy. That's the same as driving drunk, effectively. Why does it take me so long to sell stuff? I've just been wasting so much time. HQ 1800. That's the price for 6. Well, I only have 1, so maybe someone will use 1. Hey. There. Apple juice. What's apple juice selling for? HQ apple juice. $9.77. $7.04. That's the new price. 9. Nice. Oh, I keep not paying attention to the amount that's being sold. I keep forgetting that. And that's kind of important when selling bulk stuff. Mugwort 1 for 900. It's bread 46 for 14.50. Well, shit. I'm gonna double that price. We'll just call it even 3 because it's HQ. I'm gonna sell 5 of them. I don't think anyone's gonna buy it, but maybe. I think Knight's Bread is used in crafts, so mugwort carp. High quality for 9, 1. 1. Oh, do I already have that up? I think I already have that up. Yeah, it's right there. I already put that on sale. I don't want to sell it again. I don't want to compete against myself. What's this? Snowflake Peak. I think that's like a super special item from 1.0. I might want to hold on to it just for nostalgia's sake. Oh no, I wouldn't. I'm on Magus. I'm not on Balmung, I'm on Ragnarok. So it's not. 3,500? Yeah. Try it. And grilled dodo, how many could we get rid of? Jesus. 37.90. This bubble chocolate never sells. I don't even know how I got 24 of these things. 502, 299. How many is he trying to sell? 63 of them? Yeah, I'll try all 24 of mine. I remember, yeah, that was right. That was like a sort of law that I had. I always try to sell in dozens. If I can't sell a dozen, I try to sell a half dozen. If I can't sell a half dozen, I try to sell 3. And if I can't sell 3, I try to sell 2. If I can't, obviously, if I can't sell 2, I try to sell 1. And if the price is below 100 gil, I usually just vendor it. That's right. That was a new thing I developed when I was on Sargantinus in order to save inventory space. Because that's the reason why all this stuff, like I've got so much, I've wasted so much inventory, is because I keep trying to sell it legit on the auction house. But like, for example, I shouldn't be selling this. I think, to be honest, I should raise that number to 1,000. If it doesn't sell for 1,000, and I'm not getting 1,000, at least 1,000 gil from the sale, I should just vendor it. Because the inventory space is much more valuable than the potential, 300 gil I might get from the sale. Even if the margin's huge, there's no margin like selling a weathered cane for 5 gil. Or buying a weathered cane for 50 gil and selling it for 33,000. Actually, I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go see how much weathered canes are selling for. Look at that! Why? How? How? This is a legacy server. How? Who? Here I go. Weathered canes. I think it's this guy. No. Maybe this guy? No, he's the repairman. War magic arms. Oh, crap. $94. I keep saying it's 50 gil, but I keep being wrong. It's 94 gil. It's like almost double. Eating into my profit margins, man. Oh, what am I going there for? Probably's got to sell something. Oh, it must be in my inventory. Where's that weathered cane? There it is. Weathered cane. Put up for sale. 28,902. We'll sink. We're gonna sink the market on weather canes. Might level the Galantis on Rag once they shave the main story quest down some. He is post ARR. Right? Oh yeah, that was a good time. That would be a good time to do it. Yeah, and I don't think I could stomach another run through it. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Aren't they supposed to be doing that for this next patch coming up? A person bought it twice. Oh, let's take a look. Let's take a look, Galantis. Where is it? Weathered cane. Adjust price. Price history. Alright, so I want to... Yeah! This Elkie Lifeson bought it twice. You know, because one weathered cane is not enough. Same day. Same time. He bought both of them. Alright, oh, I see what he was trying to do, I bet. I bet these are Eric's... I bet these are Ike's retainers. I bet he bought the stock out to reset the price. Because he wasn't expecting... He wasn't expecting the competition to roll in on these weathered canes. Yeah, yeah. But I'm on to him. I'm on to him. Watch me get threats. You better get out of the weathered cane market. I'm gonna ruin your day. That's fine. That's fine. The price that it's at. Weathered canes. But yeah, on this character, I have to get back into the concept of always be selling. Look at all these capped inventory. What am I doing? Ugh. Not retrieve. That's not what I wanted to do. Sort. Weak sleeping potion. High quality. For 4. Yeah. This is where I need to return to retainer. Oh, I can't. I'll return to my inventory. Why am I even selling this? I should just hold on to it. How much am I selling? 19? How much does it sell for? Oh yeah, no one's gonna buy it for the price I have it up for. That's fine. Maybe someday they will. It must have been the price back in the day. Oh well. What was I doing? Okay. Boom. We are going to sell that weak paralyzing potion. 4 is the price. We are going to just have them sell items. Mirthorl Golby. HQ goes for 100. That's not enough. Can I desynth fish? I should desynth fish. I don't mind doing the dungeon/trials. It's the actual main story quests. The back and forth quest, which doesn't... Yeah. Please. Pray, return to the waking sands. No, I totally agree. Yeah, okay, I'm going to do that with the fish. And so that would be more worthwhile, I think, than selling them, than just vendoring them. I'm gonna retrieve all of these fish, specifically these low-level fish, and level my... It's culinarian, right? Culinarian descent. I'm gonna keep these because these are good for fish oil. But I'm just gonna descent all these other fish. There's no point in holding on to them, you know? Actually, I should be checking the prices. I wonder, can I do it from here? Oh, I can do it from the here. Sell items in your inventory. I'll make sure like none of those are like going for crazy good prices before I descent them. We already checked that. The high quality for 5. That's actually a good price. But that's not the real price. No one buys it for that. 580 is not bad. But I've only got 4. And no one's going to buy like that many. So yeah, we'll just descent it. That's descent worthy. Ocean cloud. Decent worthy. Sea cucumber. Decent worthy. Harbor herring. Decent worthy. Flounder. Decent. Decent. Ooh, that's actually a fair price. I got 6 of them. Someone's selling 1 for 4. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do 3 for 380. That's over 1,000. Yeah. Right? 380. Yep, 379. We'll do 3. There. That's worth it. Helmet. Helmet crab. I remember that was useful for a certain bait. But it's decent thing. Navigator's dagger. Wow! Wow, that's so well. 1,500? That's not even the real price anymore. Someone cornered the market. What was it again? 5,006? Oh. How many are they selling? 2? Yeah, 2 it is. Or I've only got 1 of them, so. Angel. Oh, I want to keep those 2, I think. Yeah, I want to keep those. Low fish. $90. Not worth it. Decent. Hammerhead shark's definitely keeping. Ogre barracuda. Alder haddock. Silver shark. I'm keeping these 2. Oof. Yeah, but they're not high quality. Wahoo! I could sell 2. Yeah, I think I might do that. 2 normal qualities for 578. Rain call. Those are hard. These are going to be expensive. Yep. These are hard to come by. They only come out in the rain. 1,600 a piece at one. Yeah, I'll sell one. White lip oyster. Okay. All right. I'm going to press the rest of those fish back. Or not all of them. Nope. Wrong character. Angelfish, I want to keep. And hammerhead sharks, silver sharks, and rain collars. Everything else I'm going to desynth. Right. Do you have to be on the class to desynth it? So do I have to be on Culinarian to desynth? Or can I just desynth right now and it'll just count towards... Cool, cool. I'll just open up my inventory and start desynthing. Nope. What's this number? Increased chance of receiving rare items. Optimal skill rating for desynthesis is 3. What is my skill rating? It'll show on my character page, right? My culinarian desynthesis is level 30. So I guess I've been doing this for a while and never knew it. Okay. Well, I'm doing it anyways. Oops, wrong one. No. Desynthesizable at 3. Culinarian. Shop selling price, none. Sells for 1 gil. Once it turns orange, you're above the level of the item you're trying to desynth. I see. So is this kind of a waste of time unless I want... What is it? Sand? Is that what I'm getting? Fine sand? What's fine sand? Is fine sand used for anything? Once it turns orange, you're above the level of the item you're trying to desynth. You get reduced experience, but have a higher chance to get more materials. Well, that's cool. I see. What's fine sand used for? Housing? Well, I don't even have a house. Making glass? Oh, right. Maybe. What else can culinary and desynth? Can they desynth meals? So they can only desynth fish? Except a desynth level appropriate fish? Well, I got like a little gill out of that. I guess I get money too. I just noticed that. I'm getting coin drops. Which one is it dropping? 25 gil. That's not bad. It's probably more than I get on the AH. And I've got 100 gil so far. And they only sell for 1. So I'd have to vendor 100 of these to get the money. Yeah, so this is worth it. They won't sell in the AH, and I'd have to vendor 100 of them just to get the amount that I've got right now. I've got 125 gil worth. So yeah, this is the better way, I guess. Unless there's like a craft I'm actually using them for. There might be like a more lucrative craft I could be using them for. But yeah, I gotta clean up this inventory. This inventory is just trash. It is ugh. I think once I get my inventory cleaned up, it'll be easier to sort of, you know, play. And have like a... You know, it's kind of like cleaning a house, you know? Like once your house is clean, it like... You feel more put together. Like everything's in its right place. I think in 5.3 you can search what crafting materials make. That's cool. Adventure completed. The nice thing about everything turning into fine sand, ooh, that was kind of cool, is that you actually save... I got a clear prism out of that. That's neat. You actually save inventory space doing that. Right? It turns all of these fish into the same item. Right? And, you know, until it turns into gill or until it turns into a clear prism or something like that, it's still saving a lot of inventory. So, yeah, desynthesis from a gill perspective is still worth it, even on this trash. I think what I need to do is just desynth while I fish so that I don't get this much inventory in the first place, right? So I'm not sitting here for like literal hour desynthing fish that I shouldn't have even had in the first place, right? Like the goal is to kind of like stay on top of it. They are, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I was telling you, but like you saw all those characters I had leveled, right? Well, I've got another 16 in my head that I haven't created yet. And I'm actually thinking about creating a new account and just free trialing all of them and creating them and then leveling them through Heaven's Word. That'll be another project of mine. I think you only have one character at a time on a free trial account, though. You can't have 8. I think 8 characters is only for like there's a standard account, which you can only have one, and then there's like another account type that you can have 8. I forgot what it was called. It's like a full account or something like that. But yeah, it would also help me make a... It actually helped me make a Steam video. Because that's one of the things with Steam, right? I'm technically on the Mog Station client, but I got rid of the argument that keeps the game from recognizing it as either or. So 14's servers, or Square Enix's servers, is recognizing this client as the Steam version, even though it's not. So that's why I was thinking about making another account so that I can highlight that and make a video on that. You know, this is what happens if you have a normal Mog Station account. This is what happens if you have a Steam account. You know, and then comparing and contrasting the two. It's weird how humanity is so caught up in the abstract. 'Cause I was just thinking about this, like, this is all just bytes of information. But this all represents time, right? And if time is money, there is a literal price I could put on all of these digital goods. As shitty as that sounds, right? And there's different ways to price it out, right? Like, someone had to create the graphics for it, right? And that person gets a salary, you know, or was given a certain wage per hour to create said graphics. And then there was a programmer who was paid a certain amount, you know, to get it into the game and to have its information tracked and accurate and robust and not causing glitches, you know. So it's weird how it's like, when you think about it, these worthless things that we actually call them things, right? Like, we call them items. They're not items. It's just information. They're not actual items, but they actually have a worth because time has been applied to them at several different levels, to even to a point where, like, this actually has, because I'm spending my time right now to desynth these have a worth of some kind, right? Because time is money. These digital items even have a worth to me, technically. It's just whether or not I recognize that worth. You know, and a lot of times people can do the math. They figure out how much they get paid per hour and then what they do in their off time. And then they need to decide whether or not that's worth their time. You know, that's actually how I came across doing this full-time job and the part-time gig at FedEx. Was it was like, I'm in debt. It's not a huge amount of debt, but it's still debt. And I keep complaining about not being able to pay off my mortgage because it's so far away, right? It seems so daunting. And I keep thinking, like, I spend a lot of time not making money. There are 24 hours in a day, of which I spend 8 at most making money. Then there's probably 24 minutes altogether for my commute to and from work. So there's 24 minutes spent actually spending money just to get to work. Right? Because I'm spending gas and time. Time's the big one. So that commute to work, I'm not getting paid, but it is in the service of being paid. I should be getting, like, if we were to consider that work, me driving to, if we were to consider my commute work, I should be getting paid like $7 to commute to work. But since I'm not, which is cool, right? The reason why I'm saying this is because one of the jobs that I applied for, that was actually when you started your day. You started your day when you turned on your car and left your driveway. Because the idea was that you worked from home and you would go out to these different areas to check to see if there's any power lines under the ground. And you would go to your local area where you lived to go find that out. And it was in a company vehicle too. And I think it paid like $19 an hour. 19 or 20 an hour. Right? And I was thinking, like, wow, like you guys did that math, you know. Like, it'd be great to not only not use my own gas and not use wear and tear on my vehicle, but to use your vehicle. And then as soon as I leave my driveway with your vehicle, I'm getting paid. That's a really good deal. I would have liked to have had that job too. it had some like difficult parts of it. Like part of it, you were like on call, you know, so you get a call at 2 o'clock in the morning, you'd have to go do it, right, or some shit like that, like some like emergency calls. But it was only like every other week, and you would share it with other people in your area, right? You like trade off, so it wasn't really that bad. And I think you were guaranteed a certain amount of money for it, like you'd get extra pay for being on call that week or something like that. So I was like, wow, that's cool. You guys figured that out. And you not only did you figure it out, but you actually apply it to the wage that you give us or give your employees. You're like, you know, after all is said and done, like we can pay you this amount because we think not only that the work is worth it, but considering what the work entails, this is when you start and this is when you end. Yeah. Speaking of driving, I had a flat tire this morning when my shift ended. Oh no. Oh, that sucks, dude. That's the worst. Did you find it? You have to get a whole new tire, or do you have a spare, or are you just going to try to fix a flat in there? Oh, that's cool. But yeah, so like I kept thinking about all this time I spend not making money. When I was younger, it was in the like the reason why I didn't have multiple jobs or worked more than a full-time job was because the idea was that I'd be using my off time to try to develop my true career, right? Well, 15 years later, that never happened. I would just go to a job that I hated, come home, and then like escape, basically. You know, like this is what this became. Playing these games became an escape when it shouldn't have. And I think I always rationalized it in the back of my head as like, oh no, I'm like actually working towards something. And there are all these like little things that tell you that you are. You get that feeling, right? Like you've made progress. Right? But that's not real. I haven't made any real progress. You know, I haven't made real progress in my life. I've just been playing this game in my off time. You know, and I wasn't even playing it at a unhealthy pace, right? Like I didn't play it in an unhealthy manner, you know. I just played it, you know. But like that was always the idea. It was like I have to have a certain amount of time for play, and a certain amount of time I do to do the things that I, you know, to spend 8 hours to do this thing that I hate doing, you know. And the goal is eventually to spend all of those hours doing what I want to do and finding a way to get paid for it. And yeah, that never occurred. That never happened. And wow. And then when I look into it, it's like, wow, I could have got my CDL and I could be getting paid 75 grand a year if I would have just taken a truck driving class, and it would have cost $4,000 to take a truck driving class after work, get my CDL A license, and then I could have been making 75 grand a year. I could have paid my condo off in 3 years rather than the 30 years I've been wasting my time doing this other shit, trying to figure myself out, figure out what I'm going to do, you know? And like now that I'm 36, like or I'm not 36 yet, but I will be turning 36 soon. I've like figured that out. Like I've wasted so much time not developing a career, you know, thinking that I'm developing a career, but not actually developing a career. So yeah, well, a lot of time, and so that's why I came to the conclusion. There's no reason I can't work more than a 12-hour day or more than an 8-hour shift, you know. Like, just because they call it full time doesn't mean it's actually full time, you know. So I have a full-time job and a part-time job. Both are driving jobs. Both are easy. Like, they're not hard. They're not hard things to do. So it's not like I'm exhausted at the end of the day. It's not what I want to be doing with my life. And obviously, I'd rather be getting paid more per hour, right? You know, so that I'm getting more value out of my time spent doing things that I don't want to do. But the amount of money I'll be getting from having both of these jobs is worth being able to get out of debt and to help pay down my mortgage. And, you know, like, bosses will see that. They'll see, like, oh shit, you've been working 12-hour days for the past year. Well, I've got this management position open. You obviously can do it. You're definitely a hard worker. You know, you dedicating yourself to work isn't an issue for you. You know, like that, you know, you'll be able to say, yeah, I work 12 hours a day. You know, I've worked 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. I've been doing that for 3 years voluntarily. Guaranteed anybody else that you're going to be interviewing won't be able to say that. And so you're going to be hiring an inferior employee. So yeah, it's up to you. You can go ahead and hire your inferior employee that has a college education and doesn't know jack about the job you're hiring him for, or you can hire me, who's been driving his entire adult life and who does it for 12 hours a day, even though that's technically illegal. DOT standard says you're only supposed to work 10 hours. But I don't think the bread job is considered a DOT job, a DOT driving job. But we'll see. And actually, you know, a lot of times I get off of my I get off of my bread job. Like today, I got off at like 10, and I'm supposed to work till 12. But my boss doesn't care if I clock out early, just as long as the route gets done, right? And that's how I am, right? Like, I don't want to stick around here for no reason. Again, because time is what you're actually spending, right? It's not the money that you make, it's the time. And if you're not doing anything with your time, you're wasting it. You're wasting it if you're not making money. And you're wasting it if you're not enjoying it, you know? And that's kind of the conclusion I came to, and that's why I've decided to have two jobs at the same time. It's because this isn't I'm lying to myself saying that I'm making progress doing these things. Like, there is a positivity to it, right? Like, I get to talk to you guys, I get to have fun, but I can save that for the weekend, right? I still have a weekend. I have a day that I can do that. I don't need to spend 6 hours, right? Because that's what I was doing. I was working 8 hours, and then I was using 6 hours to play this game. 2 hours were spent for like working out / miscellaneous time in between. So like working out / commute / eating. 6 hours was for the game, and 8 hours was for work. That was what I used to do in my mid-20s. And I've come to the conclusion that that's not rewarding, in my opinion. I can still, and now that I've only been playing like every other day, and that's my stream schedule every other day, like, that feels fine. I don't have a pressure, right? I don't have a pressure. Even though this game has daily quests, I don't have a pressure to log in every day, right? Like I don't feel like I'm missing out because I'm not being 100% completely efficient with the time that they're giving me. So I don't need to do the daily quests every day. I don't know. I think you could probably get away as an entry-level video editor if you wanted to pursue it. Yeah. Well, I mean, not yet. Oh, but you mean like with the experience I've had that I've developed through this? Yeah, I think you're right. I would, and eventually I would like to do something like that, right? Like, because that's the hobby that I've been able to derive from this game is video editing. You know, video editing in Adobe, video editing in DaVinci Resolve. Also, I've done a little bit of HTML. I've done a little Photoshop. You know, it's kind of like the sort of like extant things. This is where meta becomes good, right? It's the meta skills that you get from gaming, which is really what I tried to drive home on Deduce and Discuss, right? If you're wasting your time escaping into these games, like, that's not good, right? But if these games are causing you, if like, and that's what this game did for me, this game caused me to, you know, really analyze things from a different perspective, right? So one of the rules of life I kind of learned was that you have to take things as they come, because if you don't, then you'll become overrun, right? Like, for example, if you don't clean your room every day, right? So you don't clean your room every day, it'll end up getting really messy, and then it'll be in your face. You'll have to take care of it because your room has gotten so messy. It's ridiculous. You can't find anything. It smells da 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 da, right? But if you just do a little bit every day and make that a part of your daily routine, your room will always be clean. And then, like, I started noticing that I was able to apply that mentality to so many other things. Like, for example, at work at my bread job, I have the nice van, right? The reason I have the nice van is because I keep it nice. The reason I keep it nice is because I don't have a bunch of junk that I don't need. The only thing that's in the van is my phone and bread. That's it. Right? There's no Bluetooth speakers. There's no ice scrapers. There's no garbage can, right? When I look at the other vans, there's a garbage can. What's in the garbage can? Garbage. Why is there garbage in the garbage can? Because he doesn't empty it out every day, right? Now, I get garbage throughout the day on my bread delivery job. I still go on breaks and go through drive-thrus. But what do I do with my trash at the end of the day? I don't leave it in the goddamn van. I don't just put it into a trash bin that's in the van still, right? I grab the trash that the Starbucks guy handed me, and I take that trash and I put it in the trash can, the dumpster back at work, which is right next to all the vans, right? I don't have to walk out of my way to go to the garbage can. The garbage can's right there after I park my van. There's no reason, literally no reason, there should be any trash in the vehicles at any time. Yet the other two vans that are there are trashed all to shit. Why do you need a de-icer? You don't need an ice scraper. You just need to turn your van on and turn the defroster on, and then lo and behold, you will have a cleared windshield. You know, it's a useless tool. You know, especially when you're not burning your fuel, you're burning the company's fuel. You don't need an ice scraper. That's just wasted space. You're now cluttered. Your driving area is cluttered with something that doesn't need to be there. Yeah. That's another thing, Galantis. From all of these, that's where I learned all, like, UI developer. I would love to do UI game development. Because just, dude, if only 14 would implement this would be so fucking cool, right? This is how it should be. You can do this with any controller. You don't need a Steam controller to do this. Right? You can have an Xbox 360 controller and be playing through Steam and do this, right? But like, oh, yeah, I would love to be a UI game developer because there's just so many things that are just horrible about this UI. Why? Lists, right? They kind of have a good idea. This is basically the crossbar, right? That PlayStation developed for the PlayStation 3. This is the same UI. You have your main topics, and then under each main topic is a list of stuff, right? This still isn't that great though, right? This wastes so much time. Radial menus is where it's at. I can get to all of those options just by 2 presses. You know, I don't have to. Well, let's say I wanted to do something on the socials tab. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I got to find what I'm looking for, listed under social. Let's say I want to look at fellowships. 4, 5, 6, 7, 5. That's 12 button presses to find out that I don't have any fellowships. You know, like that's ridiculous. Now, actually, I don't even think I have a shortcut for that. I don't think I ever made one. Now that I think about it, because I don't use them. Fellowships. Oh no, it came out after I had made my UI, so I never made a symbol for it. But yeah, so yeah, I would love to. And so these are skills that I think. And again, like when I was on Deduce and Discuss, I kept trying to drive this point home. Like if you're gaming, you shouldn't be wasting your time thinking that you're a man in black armor fighting, fighting evil, and getting lost in that. Like that's fine. Like immersion's fine, but don't get lost in it to the point that you are escaping, because that once you're escaping, you're escaping your life. And it's because the reason why you're escaping your life is because your life sucks and you hate it, and you want to be mentally somewhere else, right? You don't want to have to work towards being in a better place. You just kind of want to mentally be in that new place, right? Now I get it. If you've got PTSD, or you're in a really bad family situation, or you've just witnessed a tragedy just recently, that's what I did when my brother died. I just played Twilight Princess on the Wii with my nephew and my brother, my other brother that was still alive. We just fucking zoned out on that. Like, we just could not fathom life without my other brother, and it just sucked when you weren't keeping your head busy, when you weren't filling your head with something else. All you could think about was how you're never going to talk to your brother again. You're never going to see him again. He's never going to smile. You're never going to get that chance to tell him that you love him. You're never going to get that chance to tell him that you're proud of him. Like, none of that shit's going to happen. So, like, I get it. If you're in that space, okay, then, but you have a reason to escape. The thing is, the majority of Americans, specifically American males between the ages of 13 and 37, aren't in that place all of the time, right? And you have that age group spending 6, 7, 8 hours a day just escaping and losing themselves and not developing their character, and by character, I don't mean the character in the game, but their own moral character. They're no longer curious about the world. They just want to leave the world and be in this, whatever the shit this is, right? Meanwhile, they have these dreams of becoming developers, and they have these dreams of, starting a YouTube channel, or they have these dreams of starting a Twitch stream, and then they never do it. Look at me. Look at me. I took the entire last year off. How many YouTube videos, how many Steam controller videos did I make in the last year? How many times have I been saying, man, I want to make a Steam controller video, right? And that, you know, that's the hard. I had to take a hard look in the mirror, man. I wasn't doing it. I wasn't getting shit done. What I could have been doing, I could have been doing anything. I could have been doing a part-time job. I could have been doing a part-time job that was easy. Super easy. I could have been driving for Uber on my own time and not have fallen into debt as much as I have. But no, I had to do fuck all day. And there were some days where I didn't even log into 14. I didn't even play the game. I just didn't do anything. I just ate pizza, got fat, you know, and like that's what it came to a head where it was just like, what are you doing, man? You're not, you know, the advice that you gave on Deduce and Discuss. You're not following that. You know, you keep escaping, and the reason why you know that it's bad is because you have felt the residual effects of it. You know, you have been escaping this entire time, and you know why you are where you're at. And so that's why I'm so against it, you know. And like a lot of people, they look at escape like, oh, you know, I just want to play this game to escape. Well, and then that's where, like, I have to be really against it, because for the vast majority of American males in that age range, as I was saying, they have no reason to escape. They shouldn't be escaping, right? And again, like, there are very few instances where it's like, okay, I get it. Like, you need to not deal with that right now. I think we even talked about it on that episode, right? Like, if you're dealing with like a breakup, right? Because that was what Raz did, right? He no-lifed WoW after a hard breakup. Like, you kind of have to use it to cope. But when your life turns into just coping, like, that's a problem, you know. You can't just be constantly escaping into it. Like, it doesn't matter that there's riots going on in Minneapolis right now. Like, if you think that there's a problem with the world, you have to be the change that you want to see in the world. You can't escape from it, because that's the thing too. You're not actually escaping from the real world. As soon as I turn this game off, the real world's still going to be there. I'm still going to have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to my bread job. That's still going to be a thing that's going to have to happen, you know. And when I didn't have the bread job, I was still spending myself into debt, you know, like, and even when I was in the game, I didn't, like, because I started to develop this new mentality of not escaping. I did start to get these residual skills, like you were pointing out, Galantis, like video editing, and, well, I'm a lot more talkative than I used to be too. I'm a little more conversational. I'm a little more comfortable around people, even in my real life, right? Like, I can kind of talk like this with strangers now, which where before I could not. I couldn't talk like this with strangers. But now I can. I can kind of just shoot the shit. I've got experience. I've got wisdom. I've got certain things that I can spitball off of, and subject matters that I can react to. But when I was younger, I didn't have access to those. And I didn't have like that sort of rolling train of thought to where I could kind of go off of on these really long diatribes and such. So, like, there are residual effects of streaming and gaming. But if you're not actually focusing, like, and developing those things, it's kind of all for naught, you know? And that's kind of where I was at, you know? Like, I still do, you know? It'd be cool if I could turn this into some kind of profitable venture and get better at it, you know? But that's not anytime soon. That's not anytime soon. And I could still do those things in my off time, and I don't need to be spending so much time on it. I don't need to be spending 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, trying to, and sometimes 24-hour streams, trying to like indirectly get wisdom from this through osmosis, even though I have gotten a bit. But anyway, so what I was talking about before, one of the things that I learned about MMOs is you gotta, and with life in general, is you gotta take things as they come, or you will become overwhelmed. That's effectively how every raid boss works, right? Any boss that has ads, that's effectively how a boss and an ad mechanic works, right? Like, you get to a point where you're strong enough, you can just ignore the ads, right? Like, for example, let's queue for Under the Armor. In Under the Armor, you can just go straight to the boss and just burn the boss. Ads will pop throughout, but you don't have to do anything about them because you're able to overpower the boss and end it quickly. And then, the trial ends. And this is a metaphor for life, right? Now, when it comes to, and so this is what happens when you're able to completely overpower a goal, right? It's now like this is brushing your teeth, right? You just wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you get it done. You know, you don't necessarily have to worry about getting every little tooth. Just if you just brush your teeth, you get all that shit off of your teeth and rinse out your mouth, gargle, you're done. You're good. You don't have to do a deep clean every time in order to stay on top of your health. Same with running. Same with staying in shape. You don't have to work out for 2.5 hours a day to stay in shape. To stay in shape, you just have to burn more calories than you've consumed. That's it. All right? Now, we could have micromanaged it, and we could have fought all the ads and made sure. But 1, it would have been slower. 2, it would have been less efficient. 3, we could take it. Right? So, Under the Armor is an example of, now for lower level players, when those ads pop, they're concerned, right? They're like, oh, what do I do now? Something happened in my peripheral vision, right? And here's another metaphor that you can use, especially with Under the Armor. Something happened in my peripheral vision. You have to be able to understand and analyze the situation. Are these things in your periphery worth noticing? Right? Are they important or are they not important? Can you, given the task at hand, can you just tunnel vision and complete what you're trying to do without having to worry about these things in your periphery? In terms of Under the Armor, yes, you can. Let's see, where is there a fight where that can't happen? No. Long live the Queen. This is a fight that has a bunch of ads that you can't. You have to be mindful of where the ads pop, what they're doing, how they do it, and you have to enact the appropriate countermeasures, because if you don't, you will fail. Right? So and we'll once this pops eventually, I'll show you why that is. But in Under the Armor, what you have is you got a bunch of AoEs going off with these bombs, and every bomb has a powerful spell called Self-Destruct, which causes a lot of damage. Now, you could completely forego that damage if you block, not if you block the AoE, but if you get out of the range of the AoE, it's no longer a concern. But you have to be aware that it's about to go off. You can't just ignore it. Right? You have to know it's there and then sidestep it. And then you have to find where you need to position yourself in order to stay safe and complete the mission. Now, that's something like driving, right? The task is easy, right? But you have to, it doesn't matter. You can't ignore the other people on the road. You have to pay attention to the other people on the other road, even though if there's a bunch of them, right? You see them every day. It's a part of your daily routine. Oh, it's just other cars on the road, and you can tell you can tell yourself all the things you want to help yourself feel better and less anxious behind the wheel. That does not mean that you get to ignore the other people on the road. You can't do that. You can't just say, "Oh, that other person is just as motivated as I am to not get into a wreck. So therefore, I don't have to worry about the other people on the road." No, incorrect. You do. You always have to worry about the other people on the road. And there's nothing you can do about it, because if you do not pay attention to what the other people on the road are doing, you will die. And you will die in pursuit of the goal of just trying to get from here to there, right? It's a very simple daily commute. Like, if you can't get from here to there, nothing else can happen in your life, right? If you can't get from here to there, then you can't do the thing that you need to do there that leads to the thing that you're trying to accomplish. So the smaller goal of being aware of other drivers on the road is in your interest, is in your best interest to be aware of, so that you can complete the larger goal of getting to work and getting a wage so that you can pay your bills. Because if you don't pay attention to the other drivers on the road, you'll get in a wreck, you'll die, you won't be able to pay your bills, you'll never get to go on another date again, you won't be able to see your loved ones again, right? Like, so even though it's a mundane process and it's something you like, it's not intimidating. There's nothing intimidating about it. You still have to be awake and there. You can't escape. You have to be present. See, look how much damage that did. I got fucked. Why do I not? Why don't I have shield lob? Isn't shield lob at 15? Why? What is going on? Why are these skills not working? Like, I don't have my shield bash. I don't have my shield lob. But I should be at a level in which I should have them. That makes no sense. But yeah, anyways, did you see how much damage I took from that bomb? Like, that was potentially a run-ending hit, right? So now I have to pay attention. Now I don't have to kill these monsters, right? But I have to be aware of their location. And when their AoE goes off, I have to make sure that I'm outside of it. And as long as I'm outside of it, we'll be fine. But if I'm inside the AoE at any time, that's a problem. And it could potentially end the run for all of us. And we as a group need to work together in order to complete the task at hand. So everyone else has to it can't just be me that's aware of where the AoEs are, right? All the other team members have to also be aware of where the AoEs are, because they can't die either. You know, if they die, we all die. It's a fail state. We all fail. So this is an example of where you don't necessarily have to defeat the ads, but you can't ignore them. And that's also a metaphor for life. Things in your periphery, and you have to be able to analyze. You know, are these things in your periphery an immediate concern enough that you need to take action? And what action is that? You know, do you have to take aggressive direct action, or can you take a sort of passive, nonchalant, and just like, you know, can you take a passive action? I guess is what I'm trying to say. Now, there are some instances where that just won't work at all. I don't think there are any other... More than a feeler can be cheesed. But that would be an example of where you have to take direct action. Especially for the DPS. They have to pop the bubbles. But there's a way around it. So I don't want to use that as an example. Annoy the Void. That's another... No. That's passive. That's passive. These are ones, yeah, that I don't know what... I don't think there's a good metaphor for this one. At least not one that that can apply to life really well. All right, man. I need to get ready for work. Have a good night. Yeah, you too, man. I think I need to get out of here soon too. Oh yeah, it's 7 o'clock. Yeah, so it's time for me to head to bed. Anyways, I'm gonna play a song. You don't have to stay. Oh, actually, oh no, I think my... Let me see if Jettison's on. There's got to be somebody. I'd like to raid somebody. If I can. I can give them at least 2 people to watch. Yep, there's my alarm going. Time to go to sleep. Simply, yeah, no one's on that I'd want to raid anyways. So I'm gonna find a song. Yeah, we'll do like a kind of like a good night song. Something that'll help you feel sleepy. We'll do... Oh, the Frenches is good. Oh, Curthis Western Highlands. That's a good song. Alright. Alright, fellas. Thanks for stopping by today. Sorry for how boring it was. But like I said, I'm still getting used to this character. I still got a lot of kinks to sit out. And my streaming schedule will change here soon once I start the FedEx job. It starts in August, so I'll be able to have like this week and maybe a bit of next week. The schedule will be the same. But come August, it'll probably be weekends only. But anyways, guys have a great night, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Good night. I'll see you Friday.